This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still can't sleep with my door open. It's been 20 years, but I physically can't do it. My wife thinks I'm weird about it, but she respects it. She doesn't know the real reason. I've never told her the whole story. I'm not even sure I can explain it properly, but I need to get this off my chest. This happened when I was 10 years old, back in Walker, Louisiana. My parents had just gone through a pretty nasty divorce, and my mom, my little brother Trent, who was 7 at the time, and I had moved into this small 3-bedroom house on the edge of town. The house backed up to a stretch of woods, nothing massive, but dense enough that you couldn't see through them. For the first few months, Trent and I shared a room. It was cramped, and we fought constantly. I was going through enough with the divorce, and sharing a tiny bedroom with a 7-year-old wasn't helping. After my mom got a promotion at work, she converted the spare room that had been used for storage into a bedroom for me. It was across the hall from Trent's room, with both our doors facing each other. I was so excited to have my own space. The room was small, but felt like a mansion compared to sharing with my brother. My bed was positioned against the wall opposite the door, so when I laid in bed, I was directly facing the doorway and could see straight across to Trent's room if both our doors were open. The night it happened started like any other. Mom tucked us in around 9:30. She usually left both our doors cracked open with the hallway light on so Trent wouldn't get scared. I remember feeling grown up and independent in my new room. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly, but something woke me up in the middle of the night. I don't know what time it was. We didn't have a digital clock in my room, just this old Mickey Mouse analog one that was hard to read in the dark. But it was late. The house was completely silent, and the hallway light had been turned off, which Mom did before she went to bed. When I opened my eyes, I immediately sensed something was wrong. You know that feeling when someone is watching you? It was like that, but 100 times more intense. My door was open wider than it had been when I went to sleep, and there was something standing in the doorway. At first, my sleepy brain thought it was my mom checking on me, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized whatever was standing there was way too tall to be my mom. It was this unnaturally thin figure, impossibly tall, almost touching the top of the door frame. The hallway was dark, but there was enough ambient light from the windows for me to make out some details, and I wish to God I couldn't. Its skin was this sickly pale white color, almost glowing in the darkness. Not like normal pale skin, more like paper or like something that had never seen the sun. It had a completely round, hairless head perched on a too long neck. The proportions were all wrong. Its arms hung down at its sides, way longer than they should have been, with these fingers that seemed to stretch almost to its knees. But the worst part, the part that still makes me wake up in cold sweats, was its face. I couldn't make out a mouth in the darkness, but its eyes, they were either completely black or just empty sockets. I couldn't tell. They were fixed directly on me, not moving, not blinking, just staring. I was completely frozen. I don't know if it was fear or if something about this thing paralyzed me, but I couldn't move a muscle. I couldn't even scream. I just laid there, staring back at it, barely breathing. I remember my heart pounding so hard I thought it would explode. I don't know how long we stayed like that. It felt like hours, but was probably only a minute or two. It didn't move, didn't make a sound, just stood there, watching me with those terrible black eyes. Then suddenly, it moved. It didn't step away like a person would. It sort of shifted backwards into the hallway. As it moved, I heard this faint popping sound, like knuckles cracking, coming from its joints. That sound still haunts me. It was so unnatural, like its body wasn't meant to move that way. Once it disappeared from the doorway, I found I could move again. I didn't hesitate. I bolted out of bed and ran straight to my mom's room at the end of the hall. I didn't look left or right, didn't check to see where the thing had gone. I just ran. I burst into my mom's room, sobbing and hyperventilating. I remember her sitting up, startled, asking what was wrong. I tried to explain, but I was crying so hard she could barely understand me. Before I could get it all out, Trent appeared in the doorway of Mom's room, tears streaming down his face. "There was a monster," he said, his voice shaking. My blood went cold. My little brother had seen it too. Mom turned on her bedside lamp and tried to calm us both down. At first, she thought we were feeding off each other's nightmare energy or something. You know how kids can get worked up. But as we described what we'd seen, separately, the details matched too closely for it to be coincidence. Trent said he'd woken up earlier and seen the white man with black eyes standing in his doorway, just watching him. He'd pulled the covers over his head and stayed that way until he heard me run to Mom's room. Mom was freaked out, though she tried not to show it. She got up and checked both our rooms, then the rest of the house. I refused to let her go alone and clung to her robe the entire time. Trent stayed in her bed, too scared to move. The house seemed empty. Everything was locked and in place, except for the kitchen door that led to the backyard. It was unlocked and slightly ajar, just cracked open an inch or so. Mom swore she'd locked it before bed, like she always did. The three of us slept in Mom's bed that night, with every light in the house turned on. In the morning, Mom called the police. They came and looked around but found nothing. No footprints outside, no signs of forced entry. They probably thought we were just a divorced mom with two kids who had nightmares. But they did a sweep of the woods behind our house anyway. Nothing. For weeks after, Mom installed extra locks on all the doors and windows. She bought a baseball bat that she kept by her bed. Trent and I slept in her room for almost a month before she convinced us to try our own beds again. I never saw the figure standing in my doorway again. At least, not physically, but I see it every night in my dreams. Sometimes I'll wake up at 3 a.m., and for a split second, I'll see that silhouette in my doorway, that round white head and those black soulless eyes. Before I blink, and it's gone. We lived in that house for 3 more years before Mom got transferred for work, and we moved to Texas. We never had another encounter with whatever it was, but the experience changed me forever. I spent those 3 years sleeping with my door completely closed and locked, with a dresser pushed in front of it. I still have to sleep with my back to a wall, never facing a door or window. I've tried to rationalize it over the years. Maybe it was an extremely tall, thin person who broke in. Maybe it was some kind of bizarre hallucination that somehow both Trent and I experienced. Maybe it was a weird shadow cast by something outside. But deep down, I know what I saw. And the fact that Trent saw it too, with the same details, makes it impossible for me to dismiss. The most disturbing part is that I don't know what it wanted. It didn't attack us or steal anything. It just watched, like it was studying us. Why? What was it looking for? These questions have haunted me for 2 decades. I've researched local legends from Walker, tried to find similar stories, but nothing quite matches what we experienced. Some people mentioned skinwalkers or wendigos when I've vaguely described it, but those never felt right. Whatever was in our house that night didn't feel like something from Native American folklore. It felt older, colder, more alien. Trent and I don't talk about it much anymore. He's got a family of his own now, lives up in Chicago. But every once in a while, when we're together and the conversation lulls, one of us will ask, "Do you still think about that night?" The answer is always yes. I've been to therapy, tried medication for anxiety, practiced meditation, everything I can think of to get past this. But nothing helps with the core fear. I physically cannot sleep with my bedroom door open, not even a crack. The thought of waking up and seeing that figure standing there again makes me feel like I'm 10 years old, paralyzed with terror. Sometimes I wonder if it's still out there, watching other families, other children. Sometimes I wonder if it followed us when we moved, if it's been watching me all these years, waiting for me to leave my door open again. I know this all sounds crazy. Maybe it is. Maybe my childhood trauma from the divorce manifested in some shared delusion with my brother. That would be the rational explanation. But rational explanations don't explain the kitchen door being open. They don't explain how both Trent and I saw the exact same thing, down to those impossibly long fingers and the popping sound its joints made when it moved. I've never gone back to Walker. I'm not sure I could bring myself to drive past that house or look at those woods again. What if it's still there, waiting? What if seeing that place again somehow calls it back to me? The weirdest thing happened last week that prompted me to finally write this all down. My son, he's 6, woke up crying in the middle of the night. When I went to his room, he said there was a tall white person standing in his doorway watching him. I nearly had a heart attack until he added that it was wearing a hat and had a beard. Turns out he'd hung his bathrobe on the back of his door, and in the darkness, with his coat rack next to it, it created a tall, human-like silhouette. I've never been so relieved to find a simple explanation for something, but it brought all these memories flooding back. And I realized I've never really told anyone the full story, not even my wife. She knows I have a thing about open doors at night, but I've always been too afraid to tell her why. Afraid she'll think I'm crazy or, worse, that talking about it might somehow summon it back. I don't know what was in our house that night. I don't know if it was something supernatural or some twisted person who got their kicks scaring children. All I know is that 20 years later, I still check my locks 3 times before bed. I still sleep with my back to the wall, and I still can't handle having my bedroom door open at night. And sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I can hear that faint popping sound, like knuckles cracking, coming from somewhere in the darkness outside my door. I don't know why I've waited so long to write this down. Maybe it's guilt. Maybe it's fear that putting these words on screen somehow makes it more real than the nightmares that have followed me for the past 12 years. I still work at the same gas station on the edge of Millbrook. It's a nothing job in a nothing town, but it pays the bills while I save up to finally leave this place behind. I was supposed to leave years ago. That was always the plan Tommy and I had. We were going to graduate high school and get the hell out of here together. Tommy never made it past 16. Growing up in Millbrook meant making your own entertainment. Our town has exactly one stoplight, a grocery store that doubles as the post office, and more churches than restaurants. The closest movie theater is 40 minutes away in Coopersville. So as kids, we explored. We knew every creek bed, every abandoned barn, and every shortcut through the woods surrounding our little pocket of nowhere. But there was one place even the bravest kids wouldn't go after dark. Blackbriar Farm. The farm had been abandoned since before I was born. The story goes that the Walkers, the family who owned it, just disappeared one day back in the 80s. Left their clothes in the closets, food on the table, and their old Chevy still parked in the driveway. Search parties found nothing. After a while, the property fell into disrepair, and the county took ownership but never sold it. The house eventually collapsed in on itself, and the barn wasn't far behind. The weird thing was the cornfield. Despite nobody tending to the land for decades, that cornfield still grew every single year. Not in neat rows like when the Walkers were around, but wild and scattered across the property. My dad said it was probably just seeds being carried by birds or the wind. But nobody really believed that explanation. It was too perfect, too cyclical. Every spring, new stalks would pierce through the soil. By August, they'd stand taller than most men. Tommy was always more curious about black briar than I was. He'd drag me out there on our bikes at least once a summer, daring each other to touch the rusted farm equipment or peek through the collapsed windows of the old Walker house. We never stayed past sunset, though. That was the unspoken rule everyone in town seemed to follow. Until the summer we were 16. It was late August, that time when summer break is almost over and you're desperate to fit in one last adventure before school starts again. Tommy showed up at my house around 4 p.m. with that look in his eye that always meant trouble. "Let's camp at Blackbriar tonight," he said as soon as I opened the door. I immediately started shaking my head. "No way, my parents would kill me." "So tell them you're staying at my place. I already told my mom I'm at yours." I should have said no. I should have laughed it off and suggested we go to the quarry instead or play video games in my basement. But Tommy had this way of making even the stupidest ideas sound like the greatest adventure of all time. So I packed my backpack with a flashlight, some snacks, a blanket, and told my parents I was sleeping over at Tommy's. We took our bikes and headed toward Blackbriar around 6 p.m., plenty of time to set up our camp before dark. The farm was about 3 miles from town, down an overgrown dirt road that hadn't seen maintenance in decades. As we approached, the corn was visible from a distance, tall, unruly stalks swaying slightly, despite there being no breeze that day. I remember thinking how wrong it looked, like the corn was breathing. We ditched our bikes at the edge of the property and made our way toward what was left of the barn. Tommy thought it would make a good shelter for the night, and I wasn't about to suggest camping in the open. "This is going to be awesome," Tommy said, ducking under a fallen beam to enter what remained of the structure. "We'll be the first kids to spend the night here in forever." "If we don't get tetanus first," I said, eyeing the rusted nails poking out from the rotting wood. We set up our makeshift camp, laying out blankets on the least disgusting part of the floor. Tommy had brought his dad's portable radio, and we managed to pick up some staticky station playing 80s rock. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows through the gaps in the barn walls. That's when we heard it. At first, I thought it was just the radio distorting, or maybe the wind picking up. But as we both fell silent, there was no mistaking it. Someone was crying. It was a woman's voice, soft and broken, coming from somewhere in the cornfield. "Do you hear that?" Tommy whispered, already on his feet. I nodded, my mouth suddenly too dry to speak. "Someone's out there," he said, grabbing his flashlight. "They might need help." I grabbed his arm. "Don't. Let's just go home, Tommy." He shook me off. "It's probably just some high school kids trying to scare us. Or maybe someone's hurt." Deep down, I knew it wasn't either of those things. Something about that crying felt wrong, like it wasn't quite human. But Tommy was already heading out of the barn, flashlight beam cutting through the growing darkness. I had no choice but to follow him. The corn seemed to swallow us as we stepped between the stalks. The plant stood well over 7 feet tall, blocking out what little daylight remained. I stayed close behind Tommy, trying not to lose sight of him as we pushed deeper into the field. The crying grew louder, clearer. It was definitely a woman, her sobs punctuated by these little gasping breaths that made my skin crawl. It sounded like genuine grief, the kind that hollows you out from the inside. "Hello?" Tommy called out. "Are you okay? We can help." The crying stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse. Tommy's flashlight beam finally landed on something white about 20 yards ahead of us. As we got closer, I could make out a figure sitting on the ground between the corn rows. It was a woman in a white dress, her back to us, her dark hair hanging long and tangled down her back. She was completely motionless now. "Ma'am," Tommy said, his voice cracking slightly. "Are you hurt?" She didn't respond, didn't move, just sat there, perfectly still, as if she hadn't been sobbing her heart out seconds earlier. Something inside me was screaming to run, to grab Tommy and get the hell out of there. But I was frozen, watching as my best friend took another step toward the woman. "We heard you crying," he said, now only about 10 feet from her. "Can we call someone for you?" The woman's head tilted slightly, like she was listening. Then, with a movement that still haunts my nightmares, she began to turn toward us. It wasn't the smooth motion of a person turning around. It was jerky, unnatural, like someone had grabbed her shoulders and was forcing her body to rotate while her lower half stayed perfectly still. As her face came into view, Tommy's flashlight illuminated what I can only describe as death itself. Her face was grotesquely decomposed, the skin gray and hanging in loose patches that revealed the bone beneath. Her eyes were milky white, sunken deep into their sockets. But the worst part was her mouth. It hung open at an impossible angle, like her jaw had been broken and never healed right. Tommy screamed. I couldn't even do that much. I just stood there, pissing myself like a toddler as the thing that wasn't a woman slowly rose to its feet without using its hands, like it was being pulled up by strings. It was tall. Much taller than any normal woman should be. Its white dress was filthy and torn, revealing more of that grayish, rotting flesh underneath. "Tommy," I finally managed to choke out. "Tommy, run!" But he was frozen in place as the thing took one lurching step toward him, then another. Its movement was all wrong, like it had only recently learned how human bodies were supposed to work. When it reached for Tommy, its arms seemed to stretch unnaturally, covering the distance between them in an instant. Bony fingers wrapped around his wrist, and I heard the sickening crunch of bones breaking. Tommy screamed again, this time in pain rather than fear. I should have helped him. I should have done something, anything. Instead, I watched in horror as the thing's mouth began to open wider, impossibly wider, until its jaw seemed to unhinge like a snake's. Tommy looked back at me, his eyes wide with terror. "Run," he said. Not screaming it, not dramatic like in the movies, just a simple, desperate command. "Run," and God help me, I did. I turned and crashed through the corn, branches whipping against my face as I ran blindly away from my best friend and the nightmare that had him. I could hear Tommy's screams behind me, becoming more garbled and wet-sounding until they suddenly cut off completely. I don't remember finding my way out of the cornfield. I don't remember grabbing my bike or pedaling home. My next clear memory is sitting in my parents' living room, surrounded by police officers as I tried to explain what had happened between hysterical sobs. They organized a search party at first light. I couldn't bring myself to go back there, but my dad joined them. They found our camp in the barn, our backpacks still there. They found paths trampled through the corn where we had walked. They found one of Tommy's shoes, the white Nike he'd gotten for his birthday that summer. It was covered in blood. They never found Tommy. The official report said he was likely attacked by an animal, possibly a bear that had wandered down from the mountains. The town held a memorial service. Tommy's parents moved away a few months later. Everyone tried to move on, but I knew what I saw. I knew no bear had taken my friend. I should have left town after high school like I planned. But something kept me here. Guilt, maybe, or the irrational feeling that if I stayed, somehow I'd find answers, or Tommy would find his way back. So I got the job at the Sunoco on Route 16, pumping gas and selling cigarettes and lottery tickets to the same faces day after day. I rent a small apartment above the pharmacy downtown. I keep to myself mostly. I never go near Blackbriar Farm. Until last night. It was a slow evening shift, almost closing time. I was restocking the cooler when the bell over the door dinged. I called out that I'd be right with them, but when I came to the counter, there was no one there. That's when I noticed her through the windows, standing across the road at the edge of the trees. A woman in a white dress. I felt my heart stop, then start again at triple speed. She was too far away to see her face clearly, but I knew. I knew it was the same thing from the cornfield. I closed up the station in record time, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the keys twice. I drove home going 20 over the speed limit the whole way, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. When I got to my apartment, I locked the door, closed all the blinds, and sat on my couch with all the lights on until morning. I called in sick to work today. I can't bring myself to leave. Because last night, around 3 a.m., I heard it. Crying. Soft, broken sobbing, coming from directly below my window. I haven't looked outside. I can't. But the crying hasn't stopped. It's been hours now. Just continuous heartbroken weeping. And sometimes between the sobs, I swear I can hear Tommy's voice, calling my name, asking why I left him there. I think tonight she's finally come for me too. I've been trying to wrap my head around what happened for weeks now, but I still can't make sense of it. I keep replaying the events in my mind, trying to find some rational explanation, but there isn't one. I've known Jake since primary school, 14 years of friendship. I thought I knew him better than anyone, but now I'm not even sure if Jake exists anymore. It started about a month ago when Jake and I decided to go camping in the Daintree rainforest up in Queensland. We'd both just finished our first semester at uni in Brisbane and needed to clear our heads. Jake suggested this secluded spot he'd heard about from his uncle. No designated campgrounds, no tourists, just pure wilderness. Somewhere we could truly disconnect. The first 2 days were perfect. We hiked during the day, exploring dense jungle and cooling off in hidden waterholes. At night, we'd drink beers around the campfire, talking about everything and nothing like we always had. The isolation was exactly what we needed. No cell service, no other people, just us and the sounds of the rainforest. On the third day, things changed. We were running low on firewood, and Jake volunteered to gather more while I prepared lunch. "Back in 20, he said, grabbing our hatchet and heading into the trees. I didn't think much of it then. I wish I had. 20 minutes passed, then 30, then an hour. I started calling his name, but the dense foliage seemed to swallow my voice. The rainforest suddenly felt oppressive, the air heavy and still in a way I hadn't noticed before. After another half hour of shouting myself hoarse, I was about to grab our emergency whistle when I heard rustling from the trees. Jake emerged from the bushes, arms loaded with wood. Relief flooded through me, quickly followed by irritation. "Jesus, mate, where the hell were you? I was about to come looking." He stared at me for a moment too long before answering. Got turned around. "Sorry." That's when I noticed he wasn't wearing the same clothes. He'd left wearing his faded red Brisbane Broncos t-shirt and khaki shorts. Now he had on a plain green t-shirt I'd never seen before and different shorts. "Did you change?" I asked. He looked down at himself as if surprised. "Yeah, got mud all over the other ones." It seemed reasonable enough, but something in his delivery felt off. Jake dumped the wood by our fire pit and sat down heavily on a log. The way he moved was different, stiffer, more deliberate, like he was thinking about each muscle movement. "You all right?" I asked. "Fine," he said, but his voice had a flat quality I'd never heard before. "Just tired." We ate lunch in silence. Jake barely touched his sandwich, which was unusual for him. He'd always been a big eater. When I asked if he was feeling sick, he just shook his head and forced down a few more bites. That night, I woke up to the sound of movement outside our tent. Through the mesh window, I could make out Jake's silhouette by the dying embers of our fire. He was just standing there, completely motionless, staring into the darkness between the trees. I watched for nearly 10 minutes as he stood like a statue, not shifting his weight, not swatting at mosquitoes. Nothing. I must have fallen back asleep because the next thing I knew, it was morning and Jake was inside the tent, snoring beside me. I almost convinced myself I'd dreamed the whole thing. While Jake was washing up at the creek that morning, I decided to organize our gear. That's when I found his clothes, the ones he'd been wearing when he went to gather wood. They were stuffed deep in his backpack, partially burned and stained with what looked horribly like blood. Not just mud like he'd claimed, actual blood. My heart hammered in my chest as I heard him returning to camp. I shoved the clothes back where I'd found them and pretended to be busy with the cooking gear. "Sleep okay?" he asked, his voice oddly monotone. "Yeah, fine," I lied. "You?" He paused before answering, like he was processing the question. "Yes, fine." Throughout the day, I noticed more strange behaviors. He'd repeat the same phrases, word for word, in exactly the same tone. When I cracked a joke that made him laugh, the sound was so hollow and artificial, it made my skin crawl. An hour later, when I said something else funny, his laugh was identical. Same pitch, same duration, same facial expression. It was like watching someone perform the same recorded sound bite. Even more disturbing, I caught him watching me when he thought I wasn't looking. Not just glancing, but studying intently, as if memorizing my expressions. Then later, when I'd make a face, surprise or concentration, I'd see him unconsciously mimic it, like he was practicing. That night around the campfire, I decided to test him. "Remember that time in year 9 when we stole Mr. Patterson's toupee and ran it up the flagpole?" It was one of our favorite shared memories, something we'd reminisced about dozens of times. Jake stared at me blankly. "Yeah," he finally said. "That was funny." No details, no laughing about how Patterson had gone purple with rage, nothing. "What about your 10th birthday?" I pressed. "When your mom got you that blue BMX bike?" His eyes narrowed slightly. "Yeah, good bike." Jake had never owned a blue BMX. His birthday was in winter, and he'd gotten a PlayStation that year, not a bike. My blood ran cold. I knew then that something was seriously wrong, but I had no idea what to do. We were at least a day's hike from civilization, and I couldn't just confront whatever this was. So I pretended everything was normal while mentally counting down the hours until we could leave. The next morning, I noticed bruises on Jake's arms and neck that hadn't been there the day before. Dark purple marks that looked almost like handprints. When I asked about them, he looked surprised, then quickly pulled his sleeves down. "Must have happened when I was collecting firewood," he said dismissively. For lunch, I heated up some canned stew. When I gave Jake his portion, he picked at it disinterestedly until I turned away. When I glanced back, I caught him scooping out chunks of beef and eating them separately, barely cooked. His eyes closed in what looked like pleasure as he chewed the bloody meat. That evening, I brought up something that had been bothering me since our first night. "You know, I keep feeling like something's watching us from the trees." Jake's head snapped up with an alertness I hadn't seen since before his disappearance. "What do you mean?" "Just a weird feeling, like we're not alone out here." His expression shifted subtly. "There's nothing in these woods that would hurt us." "How can you be so sure?" He smiled then, a smile that didn't reach his eyes, because it already got what it wanted. I felt sick. I didn't sleep that night. Instead, I lay awake, listening to Jake's breathing, which never settled into the familiar rhythm of sleep I'd heard countless times during our friendship. He was awake too, perfectly still, eyes fixed on the tent ceiling. The next morning, our 5th day, I announced that I wasn't feeling well and thought we should head back early. For a moment, something like anger flashed across Jake's face before it smoothed into concern. "If that's what you want," he said, his voice carefully neutral. We packed up in silence. As we hiked back, I made sure to stay behind him, unwilling to turn my back on whatever was wearing my friend's skin. Every so often, he would stop and tilt his head, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. Once, I caught him staring at his own reflection in a stream, touching his face with a look of confusion and fascination. When we finally reached my car, the relief was overwhelming. During the long drive back to Brisbane, Jake barely spoke. He just stared out the window, occasionally mimicking the movements of passing drivers, like he was studying human behavior. I dropped him off at his apartment with a promise to catch up soon, a promise I had no intention of keeping. As I watched him walk away, his movements still stiff and deliberate, I realized I was shaking. In the weeks since, things have only gotten stranger. Jake's social media, once filled with party photos and surfing videos, has gone quiet. His few posts are bizarrely formal, with none of his usual slang or humor. When mutual friends mention him, they say he's become withdrawn and different. 2 people told me he just stares at them during conversations, like he's waiting for cues on how to respond. His neighbor mentioned that Jake's cat disappeared a few days after we returned. Then his roommate's dog went missing too. The roommate moved out shortly after. I've been avoiding Jake's calls and texts, making excuses about being busy with summer classes. The messages he sends are becoming increasingly strange, disjointed and repetitive, with odd phrases that don't sound like him at all. Yesterday he texted, "We should go back to the forest. It's nice there, quiet, just us, like before." I didn't respond. This morning, I woke up to find him standing in my front yard, just staring up at my window. He didn't move or call out. He just stood there for nearly an hour before walking away. I don't know what happened in those woods. I don't know what came back wearing Jake's face. All I know is that my best friend went into the forest and something else came out. Something that walks and talks like Jake, but isn't him. Something that doesn't quite know how to be human. Sometimes I wonder if I should go to the police, but What would I say? My friend acts weird now. I think he's been replaced by something from the woods. They'd think I was crazy. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if I'm next. If whatever is wearing Jake's skin is just waiting for the right moment to take mine, too. I keep the doors locked now. I've stopped going out after dark, and I keep thinking about those bloodied clothes stuffed in his backpack and his voice saying it already got what it wanted. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know what happened. I need someone to believe me. Because Jake, my Jake, is gone, and I'm terrified of what's living inside his body now. I'm not one to share personal stuff online, but after holding on to this experience for so long, I need to get it off my chest. This happened to me back in 1973 on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. I was in my early 20s then, young and stupid. Looking back now as an old man, I realize how close I came to something I still can't fully explain. Back then, alcohol was completely banned on the reservation. Not that it stopped any of us. We'd just drive to the border towns to get our fix. That particular Saturday, me and my cousins Tom and Lester drove to Sinek, one of those tiny towns that existed pretty much just to sell booze to folks from the res. We hit up this dingy bar called the Watering Hole around 7 p.m. I remember the night clearly because it was unseasonably warm for October. The bar was packed with other Lakota folks who'd made the same trip. Country music blared from a jukebox that skipped every few minutes. The place reeked of cigarettes and spilled beer, but none of us cared. We were there to drink. Several hours and too many beers later, I realized Tom and Lester had disappeared. It was nearly 2 a.m., and I stumbled outside to find the truck gone. Those assholes had left me. I later found out Tom had hooked up with some woman, and Lester decided he was sober enough to drive them both back. Neither thought to tell me they were leaving, so there I was, stranded in this border town, drunk and with no way home except my own 2 feet. The reservation boundary was about 5 miles away, and my house was another 7 beyond that, 12 miles of walking ahead of me. I remember standing in that gravel parking lot, the bar's neon sign buzzing behind me, contemplating my options. There weren't any. No buses, no taxis, no phones to call anyone who might help, not that anybody I knew had a phone anyway. So I started walking. The first hour wasn't so bad. The alcohol numbed me to the cold that had set in after midnight, and I was still angry enough at my cousins that the adrenaline kept me moving. The road was completely empty, not a single car. Just me, the stars overhead, and the sound of gravel crunching under my boots. About an hour into my walk, headlights appeared behind me. I stuck out my thumb without much hope. To my surprise, the vehicle, an old Ford pickup, actually slowed down. The driver was a white rancher in his 50s, wearing a worn Stetson and a heavy canvas jacket. He looked me over suspiciously. "Where you headed?" he asked, his breath visible in the cold. "Pine Ridge," I said. He nodded. "I can take you as far as the highway junction. That's about halfway." I climbed in, grateful for even a partial ride. The truck's heater barely worked, but it was better than nothing. The rancher didn't say much, just asked my name and mentioned he'd lived in the area his whole life. I remember his name was Earl. "Appreciate the ride," I told him when he dropped me off at the junction. "Be careful," he said. "Bad night to be walking alone." At the time, I thought he meant the cold. Now I know better. So I continued walking, now on a smaller road that cut through a stretch of hills and scattered pine trees. The moon was bright enough that I could see pretty well without a flashlight. My buzz was wearing off, and exhaustion was setting in. I'd been awake for nearly 24 hours at this point, having worked in my uncle's garage that morning before heading to Sinek. Around 4 a.m. I couldn't go any further. My feet were blistered, my legs ached, and the cold had seeped into my bones. I was still a good 5 miles from home. To my right was a hill with a stand of pine trees. I decided to climb up and rest for a bit, maybe catch an hour of sleep before finishing my journey at dawn. The hill wasn't steep, but in my exhausted state it felt like climbing a mountain. When I reached the trees, I collapsed onto a bed of pine needles. They were dry and relatively soft. Using my jacket as a pillow, I closed my eyes, planning to rest just long enough to regain some strength. I don't know how long I slept, maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour. What woke me was a distinct tugging sensation on my right foot. Not hard, but deliberate, like someone trying to get my attention without scaring me. My eyes snapped open. The sky was still dark, though with a hint of pre-dawn gray. Standing about 10 feet away from me was a Lakota woman. Now finding someone else out here was strange enough, but what really struck me was her appearance. She wore a traditional buckskin dress, the kind you'd see in old photographs from the 1800s. It was decorated with intricate beadwork that caught what little light there was. Her hair was long and black, falling past her waist, with 2 thin braids framing her face. She was stunningly beautiful in a way that's hard to describe. Her features perfectly proportioned, her skin smooth and glowing despite the darkness. I sat up quickly, startled and confused. "Hello?" I managed to say. She didn't immediately respond. Instead, she tilted her head slightly, studying me with intense dark eyes. Then she spoke in Lakota. "Lechel Shnio, you shouldn't be here." I understood her perfectly. My grandmother had made sure I knew the language, but I was surprised to hear it spoken so formally, with an accent I wasn't familiar with. "I'm just resting," I replied in Lakota, my words clumsy compared to hers. "I'm walking home from Sinek." She shook her head. "Hinghang ni king slolia," morning nose. This confused me. Her phrasing was odd, almost poetic. She spoke Lakota like people did generations ago, not the modern way mixed with English that I was used to. "I don't understand," I said, switching to English. She seemed to recognize my confusion and tried again in Lakota. "You must leave now. It's not safe." "I'm just tired," I explained, still not feeling threatened. "I'll go soon." She stepped closer then, and I noticed something else strange. Despite the cold night, she wasn't shivering. She wore no jacket over her dress, and her feet. Actually, I couldn't quite see her feet in the dim light. They were obscured by the long hem of her dress. "I will walk with you," she said suddenly, again in that formal Lakota. "But we must go now." Something in her voice, an urgency, a fear, finally got through to me. I stood up, brushing pine needles from my clothes. My body protested, still aching from the miles I'd already walked, but something told me I should listen to her. As we started down the hill toward the road, I glanced back at the spot where I'd been sleeping. That's when I saw him. A man stood among the trees where I'd just been. I hadn't heard anyone approach, but there he was, tall, watching us silently. Like the woman, he was dressed in traditional Lakota clothing, the kind worn over a century ago. Unlike her, there was nothing welcoming about him. Even from a distance, I could feel his gaze like ice water down my spine. The woman noticed my stare and followed my eyes. When she saw the man, she grabbed my arm. Her hand was surprisingly cold. "Hurry," she whispered. "Do not look at him again." We quickened our pace down the hill. I wanted to ask her a dozen questions. Who she was, who he was, why they were out here dressed like that. but the look on her face stopped me. Pure fear. We were about halfway to the road when I heard the sound of an approaching vehicle. Headlights cut through the pre-dawn darkness, illuminating the dirt road at the bottom of the hill. As the vehicle came closer, I recognized it, Earl's pickup truck. He must have been returning from wherever he was headed earlier. The truck slowed as it approached the spot where the road passed closest to us. The woman stopped walking. "Go to him," she said, quickly. I hesitated, looking back at her. "Come with me," I said. "I can get you a ride, too." She shook her head. "I cannot." Earl's truck had come to a complete stop now. He leaned across the seat and flung open the passenger door. "Get in the truck now!" he shouted, his voice tight with fear. "For God's sake, look at their feet!" Something in his tone made my blood run cold. I glanced down at the woman's feet, visible now in the beam of the truck's headlights. They weren't feet at all. Where human feet should have been were the delicate hooves of a deer. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing. I looked up at her face, which was still beautiful, but somehow different now. Her eyes larger, darker, reflecting the headlights like an animal's. "Look at their feet," Earl shouted again. I turned to look back up the hill. The man was closer now, moving down the slope with unnatural speed. In the illumination from the truck's headlights, I could see that he too had hooves instead of feet. I ran. I don't remember deciding to run. My body just moved, survival instinct taking over. I sprinted the last few yards to the truck and threw myself inside. Earl didn't wait for me to close the door. He slammed the gas pedal to the floor, and the pickup fishtailed on the dirt road before gaining traction. As we sped away, I twisted in my seat to look back. What I saw will stay with me until the day I die. Where the woman and man had stood were now a doe and a buck, their forms unmistakable even in the fading glow of the taillights. They bounded up the hill with effortless grace, disappearing into the pines. Earl drove like a madman for about 2 miles before finally slowing down. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cold. "You saw it?" he asked, his voice hoarse. I nodded, unable to speak. "I almost didn't come back for you," he said. "I dropped you off and was heading home when something didn't feel right. Turned around about a mile from my place. When I saw you coming down that hill..." He shook his head. "You were following it. That thing was leading you somewhere." "I thought she was a woman," I finally managed to say. "She spoke to me in Lakota." Earl was quiet for a long moment. "My grandfather told stories about them, said they're not deer and not people, something in between. They lure people away. Nobody who follows them comes back." "But she told me to leave," I said. "She seemed scared of the man, the buck." "Maybe," Earl said. "Or maybe that's how they get you to trust them." We rode in silence after that. Earl drove me all the way home, pulling up to my house just as the sun was rising. Before I got out, he gripped my arm. "Don't tell too many people about this," he said. "They'll think you're crazy or drunk, but be careful at night, and always," he emphasized the word, "always check their feet." I thanked him and stumbled into my house, exhausted and shaken to my core. I fell into bed but couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, beautiful and alien, and those delicate hooves beneath her dress. That experience changed me. I stopped drinking after that night, stopped going out after dark on the reservation. My cousins and friends thought I'd gone religious or something, but I couldn't explain it to them. How do you tell someone you saw people turn into deer, or deer disguised as people? For years, I kept this story to myself, sharing it only with my grandfather. He wasn't surprised. He told me similar stories he'd heard as a child, warnings about checking the feet of strangers you meet at night. I thought they were just myths until that night. I'm an old man now. Earl passed away years ago, heart attack in '89. My cousins are gone too. There's nobody left from that time who would remember or care. But I still think about her sometimes. That beautiful woman with the deer's hooves, and I wonder what would have happened if Earl hadn't come back for me. Where was she leading me? What did the buck want? I don't have answers. All I know is what I saw that night. And all these years later, whenever I'm driving at night and see deer by the roadside, I slow down and look carefully, not just to avoid hitting them, but because I'm checking their eyes, looking for that human intelligence I saw once long ago. I still live on Pine Ridge, still won't go out after dark if I can help it. And to this day, whenever I meet a stranger, my eyes always drift down to check their feet. I've been sitting on this for nearly a month now, trying to convince myself that what Mark and I saw wasn't real, that maybe we were exposed to some kind of gas or chemical that made us hallucinate. But I can't keep pretending anymore. We saw something in those tunnels that shouldn't exist, and people need to know to stay the hell away from that place. I grew up in Dawsonville, Georgia. It's a small town where not much happens beyond the NASCAR Hall of Fame and outlet shopping. Most kids who grow up here can't wait to leave, but I've always been fascinated by the local history, especially Dawson Forest and what locals call the nuke plant. For those who don't know, there's an area in Dawson Forest that used to be the Georgia Nuclear Aircraft Laboratory back in the 1950s and 60s. The government was trying to develop nuclear-powered aircraft there during the Cold War. They'd run reactor tests and deliberately expose wildlife to radiation to study the effects. The whole operation was eventually abandoned when they realized nuclear planes weren't practical. Growing up, we all heard stories about the forest. Hunters claimed to find deer with abnormal growths, extra appendages, even second heads. There were rumors about strange lights at night, government vehicles coming and going, and radiation hotspots that would make your hair fall out. Most people dismissed these as typical small-town urban legends, but they always stuck with me. I'd explored some of the above-ground remnants of the facility before: concrete pads, old foundations, even a rusty radiation warning sign. But the main facility was supposedly demolished and buried decades ago. The official line was that everything had been decontaminated and sealed off, with nothing dangerous remaining. Last month, my buddy Mark came to visit. We've been friends since middle school, though he moved away for college and now lives in Atlanta. We were catching up over beers, and I mentioned the old nuke lab. Mark's into urban exploration and photography, so naturally he was interested. "Dude, we should check it out while I'm here," he said. "I got a new camera that does amazing low-light shots." I hesitated but ultimately agreed. It was just going to be a casual hike through the forest to look at some old concrete slabs, nothing crazy. The next morning we drove out to Dawson Forest. It was mid-October, chilly but clear, with that golden morning light filtering through the trees. The forest is actually a wildlife management area now, open to the public, though there are areas marked with no trespassing signs. We parked at one of the trail entrances and started hiking. I knew the rough location of the main facility from previous explorations and local knowledge. After about an hour of hiking, we reached an area where the forest floor seemed unnaturally flat and rectangular, like something massive had once stood there. "This is it?" Mark asked, sounding disappointed at the unremarkable patch of ground covered with leaves and young trees. "This is where the main building was supposed to be," I said, walking around and pointing out subtle features. A piece of rebar sticking out of the ground, the vague outline of a foundation. They demolished everything and buried it back in the 70s. Mark took some photos, but was clearly hoping for something more dramatic. That's when I remembered another spot I'd found years ago, a concrete retaining wall built into a hillside about a quarter-mile away. I'd always thought it might have been an entrance to something. "Let's check out one more spot before we head back," I suggested. We hiked to the retaining wall, which was about 15 feet tall and 30 feet wide, covered in moss and vines. Last time I'd been here, I hadn't looked closely, but now with Mark's enthusiasm, I started examining it more carefully. That's when I noticed something odd, a section of the wall that seemed different from the rest. The concrete pattern didn't quite match, and there was a thin seam running vertically. Mark saw it too and started pulling away vines. "Dude, I think this is a door," he said, excitement in his voice. We cleared away more vegetation, revealing what was definitely a man-made entrance. The door was actually a concrete slab designed to blend in with the wall, but decades of settling had caused it to shift slightly, creating a gap at one edge. I should have turned back right then. Every horror movie I've ever seen flashed through my mind, warning me not to go inside. But curiosity is a powerful drug, and we'd already come this far. We used a fallen branch to pry at the gap, and to our surprise, the slab moved. It was balanced on some kind of pivot point, requiring significant effort, but not impossible for two grown men to push open. The gap widened enough for us to squeeze through, revealing a dark tunnel beyond. Mark immediately pulled out his flashlight and camera. "This is incredible," he whispered, shining the beam into the darkness. "A sealed entrance to the old facility." The tunnel was about 7 feet high and 6 feet wide, with concrete walls that gradually transitioned to natural bedrock. It sloped downward at a gentle angle, leading deeper underground. The air inside was noticeably cooler and had a musty, metallic smell. We walked in silence for what felt like 15 minutes, following the tunnel's gradual descent. Our flashlight beams revealed nothing but more tunnel ahead, though I noticed small drainage channels built into the floor. The place was surprisingly dry for being underground. "This must have been an emergency escape route or service tunnel," I said, trying to make sense of it. "From the main facility." The tunnel eventually opened into a wider area that looked like a maintenance room. There were rusted metal shelves on the walls, an old workbench, and several pipes running along the ceiling. But what caught my attention immediately was the wall to our right. It was moving. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, or maybe water running down the surface. But as I stepped closer, I realized with growing horror that the wall was covered with insects, thousands of them, cockroaches, spiders, centipedes, and bugs I couldn't even identify, all clustered together in a writhing mass. "What the fuck?" Mark whispered, aiming his camera but seemingly too disgusted to take a photo. I moved my flashlight across the wall, noticing something even more disturbing. Many of the insects had unusual colorations. Roaches with iridescent blue shells, spiders with bright yellow markings, centipedes that seemed to glow slightly in the beam of my flashlight. "Radiation," I muttered. "These must be descendants of insects exposed to radiation decades ago." "Let's keep going," Mark said, surprising me. "We've come this far." Beyond the maintenance room was another tunnel, narrower than the first, with pipes and electrical conduits running along the ceiling. The walls here were cleaner, with fewer insects, though I could still see them occasionally scurrying into cracks. After another few minutes, we came to something that made us both stop in our tracks. a massive circular door, like something from a bank vault or submarine. It was at least 10 feet in diameter, made of steel with a wheel mechanism in the center. What shocked me most was the small red light above the door. It was on, indicating power was still connected somehow. "No way," Mark said, moving forward to examine it. "This place still has electricity?" "That's impossible," I replied. "This facility was decommissioned 50 years ago." Yet there was the light, glowing red in the darkness. Mark reached for the wheel in the center of the door, and I found myself holding my breath. "Should we?" he asked. Every instinct told me to turn around, to leave this place and never come back. But I nodded anyway. The wheel turned surprisingly easily, with just a slight grinding sound. There was a loud clunk as some internal mechanism disengaged, and then the massive door swung inward on hydraulic hinges that still functioned after all these decades. Beyond the door was a corridor with actual lighting. Dim, emergency-style red bulbs spaced along the ceiling that cast everything in a crimson glow. The walls were smooth concrete, and the floor was covered with cracked linoleum tiles. This was definitely part of the main facility. "Holy shit," Mark whispered. "We found it, the actual lab." We moved forward cautiously, both awed and terrified at the same time. The corridor branched several times, and we chose directions almost at random, trying to maintain our sense of direction. We passed rooms with broken equipment, old office spaces with rotting desks and chairs, and laboratories with shattered glass containers. In one room, I found a metal cabinet that had somehow survived the decades relatively intact. Inside were files and documents, their pages yellow with age but still readable. Most contained technical information I didn't understand, but I saw references to radiation exposure tests and biological adaptation studies. "Mark, check this out," I called, but realized he'd wandered into a different room. I followed the sound of his footsteps into what appeared to be a larger laboratory space. The ceiling here was higher, with overhead tracks for moving heavy equipment. Broken glass crunched beneath my feet, and tables lined the walls covered with dust-caked instruments and equipment. Mark was at the far end of the room, his camera pointed at something on the wall. "Dude, these specimens are insane," he called back without turning around. "They've got jars with preserved animals, some kind of lizards with extra limbs." I was walking toward him when he suddenly screamed, not a shout of surprise, but a genuine scream of terror, and dropped his camera, which clattered to the floor. "Mark!" I called, quickening my pace. He backed away from whatever he was looking at, moving so quickly he stumbled and fell. His face was pale, eyes wide with horror. "Run!" he gasped. "We need to run, now!" I opened my mouth to ask what was wrong, but then I saw it. From a dark opening in the ceiling, some kind of ventilation shaft or service access, emerged what I can only describe as a spider. But not a normal spider. This thing was massive, larger than a dog, maybe the size of a small coffee table. Its body was a sickly yellowish brown, with legs that seemed too long and thin to support its bloated abdomen. It didn't move like a normal spider either. Instead of the quick skittering motion you'd expect, it dragged itself along the wall with an unnatural, almost mechanical rhythm. Each movement of its legs produced a faint squelching sound, and I could see it leaving a trail of viscous fluid on the wall. I stood frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. My brain kept trying to rationalize it. It's a prop. It's a Halloween decoration someone left. It's not real. But then it turned toward us, and I saw its eyes, clusters of shiny black orbs that reflected our flashlight beams. They seemed to focus on us with an intelligence that sent ice through my veins. Mark scrambled to his feet beside me. "Run!" he shouted again, grabbing my arm. That broke my paralysis. We both turned and sprinted back the way we came, not caring about the noise we made or the equipment we knocked over in our panic. Behind us, I heard a sound like wet cloth being torn, followed by a heavy thud as the thing dropped from the wall to the floor. The red emergency lights blurred as we ran through the corridors, desperately trying to remember the way out. My lungs burned, and my heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. I kept expecting to feel something grab me from behind at any moment. We reached the circular vault door, still open as we'd left it. Mark went through first and I followed, turning to slam it shut behind us. The wheel spun as I locked it, though I had no idea if that would stop whatever was chasing us. We didn't slow down, continuing to run through the maintenance tunnel, past the room with the insect-covered walls, and back into the long entrance tunnel. Only when we reached the concrete door to the outside did we pause, gasping for breath. Did you see that thing?" Mark panted, his face still ghost-white. I nodded, unable to speak. My hands shook violently as I helped him push the concrete slab open enough for us to squeeze back out into the forest. The October sunlight seemed impossibly bright after the darkness below. We emerged into the normal world like survivors from a nightmare, continuing to run until we reached the trail and finally our car. Only when we were inside the car with the doors locked did Mark speak again. That couldn't have been real," he said, his voice shaking. "Spiders don't get that big. It's biologically impossible." "I know what I saw," I replied, starting the engine with trembling hands. He pulled out his phone. I dropped my camera, but I managed to take a photo with my phone right before I screamed. I thought it was just a weird specimen jar or something at first, but then it moved. He showed me the screen. The image was blurry and dark, illuminated mainly by his camera flash, but it clearly showed one of the creature's limbs emerging from the ceiling vent, a jointed, hair-covered appendage that was thicker than my arm. "Holy shit," I whispered. "What the hell was that thing?" "Radiation," Mark said, echoing what I'd said earlier about the insects. "Those government bastards were irradiating animals down there for decades. They must have created something that survived." We drove back to my place in silence, both lost in our thoughts and the horror of what we'd witnessed. That night, neither of us slept. We sat up talking, trying to make sense of our experience, debating whether to tell anyone. "Who would believe us?" Mark asked. "They'd think we were crazy or on drugs." "Maybe we should report it anonymously," I suggested, "if that thing gets out somehow." But we ultimately decided to keep quiet. What proof did we have, beyond one blurry photo that could have been anything? And what if the authorities investigated and found nothing? Or worse, what if they found something and traced it back to us trespassing on government property? Mark left the next day, heading back to Atlanta. He seemed eager to put physical distance between himself and Dawson Forest. I don't blame him. I've been having nightmares every night since, dreams of being trapped in dark tunnels with that thing pursuing me, of feeling its sticky web wrapping around my legs as I try to run. I keep thinking about that red light above the door. How was there still power running to a facility that was supposedly demolished 50 years ago? Was someone or something maintaining it? And what else might be down there, hidden in the dark? I'm writing this as a warning. Stay out of Dawson Forest. Don't go looking for entrances to the old nuclear lab. Don't dismiss the local stories as myths or urban legends. Sometimes, the most terrifying monsters aren't the ones in movies or books. They're the ones created by human arrogance and abandoned to evolve in the dark. I haven't been back to the forest since that day, and I never will. But sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night, I swear I can feel vibrations in the floor of my house, rhythmic, mechanical movements, like something massive dragging itself slowly but deliberately through the earth beneath me. I've never told this to anyone outside our small group. Not my parents, not the police, not a therapist. Who would believe me? Sometimes I wake up in cold sweats thinking about what happened that night at Ridgewood Mall and wondering what really happened to Jason. This happened about 3 years ago during spring break of our junior year of high school. I was 17 and living in Millfield, this average town in Ohio that nobody's ever heard of. We had 2 malls. Valley Plaza was the newer one, with all the good stores, always packed with people. Then there was Ridgewood Mall, which was basically on life support. It was this sad, mostly empty place built in the 80s that had been dying a slow death since the new mall opened. Ridgewood only had a few stores left, a discount shoe place, a cell phone repair kiosk, this weird store that sold knockoff toys, and the movie theater. The theater was the only reason anyone still went there. They showed movies that had been out for a while for like $5, so it was perfect for broke high schoolers like us. That night, it was me, Jason, Mitch, and Kylie. We'd all been friends since middle school. We decided to catch the late showing of some horror movie I can't even remember the name of now. The irony isn't lost on me. The movie ended around midnight. We were the only ones in the theater, and when we walked out into the main corridor of the mall, it was completely empty. Not unusual for Ridgewood, but at midnight, with most of the lights dimmed, it felt different. Eerie. "Looks like we're the last ones here," Mitch said, his voice echoing slightly in the empty space. The main lights were off, with just the emergency lighting casting this weird bluish glow. The stores were all closed with their security gates pulled down. The only sound was the quiet hum of the air conditioning. "Let's get out of here," Kylie said, pulling her jacket tighter around herself. But then Jason got this look on his face, the one he always got when he was about to suggest something stupid. "Hey, you know what would be cool? We should check out the closed section." About half of Ridgewood Mall had been walled off the previous year. They'd put up these temporary drywall barriers with "area closed for renovation" signs, but everyone knew they weren't renovating anything. The mall was slowly closing down piece by piece. "Dude, we should go," I said. "The security guard's probably wanting to lock up." "What security guard?" Jason laughed. "Have you seen any security here tonight? This place is a ghost town." He was right. I hadn't seen any mall staff anywhere, not even at the concession stand in the theater. We'd bought our tickets from an automated kiosk. "I don't know." Kylie hesitated. "Come on," Jason insisted. "When are we ever going to get a chance to explore an abandoned mall again? It'll take 20 minutes tops." Mitch was already on board. "I'm down. I've always wondered what's back there." I should have said no. I should have insisted we leave, but I didn't. Instead, I shrugged and said, "Whatever, I guess. But quick, okay?" We made our way to the barrier wall near the old food court. It wasn't well secured, just some drywall with a plastic "Do Not Enter" sign. Jason pushed on one section, and it moved easily. He pushed harder, and a gap opened up, wide enough for us to slip through one at a time. "See? No big deal," Jason said, stepping through first. The air on the other side was stale and musty. It smelled like dust and mildew. We turned on our phone flashlights, and the beams cut through the darkness, revealing the abandoned section of the mall. It was like stepping into some weird time capsule. Storefronts with their gates half open, some with old merchandise still visible inside. Dust covered everything. There were these large planters with dead plants, benches with peeling paint, and an old fountain in the center, dry and filled with trash. "This is so creepy," Kylie whispered, staying close to me. "It's awesome," Jason countered, already wandering ahead. We walked past an old clothing store, and I shined my light inside. There were still mannequins in there, some standing, others dismantled, with limbs scattered across the floor. Some were wearing clothes from years ago, while others were naked, their blank faces staring at nothing. "Check this out," Mitch called from inside the store. He'd already gone in. We followed him in, our shoes crunching on broken glass and debris. Mitch was holding up a mannequin arm, waving it around like it was his own. "Put that down," Kylie said, visibly uncomfortable. "This place gives me the creeps." "What, are you scared of mannequins?" Mitch teased, waving the arm in her direction. "Stop being a jerk," I told him. Jason picked up a mannequin hand from the floor and examined it. "These things are weirdly detailed," he said, running his finger over the plastic fingernails. Then, with no warning, he wound up and threw it as hard as he could into the darkness at the back of the store. We heard it clatter somewhere in the shadows. "What did you do that for?" I asked. Jason just shrugged. "I don't know. Felt like it." We continued exploring, moving deeper into the abandoned section. The further we went, the darker and quieter it got. Our flashlights created these long, weird shadows that seemed to move on their own. Every now and then we'd hear creaks and groans from the building settling. After about 10 minutes of wandering, we found ourselves in what used to be a large department store. The shelves were mostly empty, with just a few forgotten items gathering dust. Old advertisements still hung from the ceiling, featuring models in outdated clothes, their faces faded and yellowed. "Guys, I think we should head back," Kylie said. "This isn't fun anymore." I was about to agree when we all froze at the sound of something moving in the darkness behind us. A scraping noise, like plastic dragging across the floor. "What was that?" Mitch whispered. We all turned our flashlights toward the sound, but there was nothing there. "Probably just a rat," Jason said, but he didn't sound convinced. Then we heard it again, closer this time, and with it, a faint clicking sound. "Let's go," I said, no longer caring if I sounded scared. We started to back up toward the exit, our flashlights scanning frantically. That's when Mitch pointed his light at something on the floor about 10 feet away from us. It was the mannequin hand Jason had thrown earlier, but it wasn't just sitting there. It was positioned with the fingers splayed out, as if it had been carefully placed, and it was damaged now. The fingers were bent and twisted, like someone had squeezed it with incredible force. "I threw that way in the back," Jason said, his voice tight with fear. "How did it get here?" "Let's go now," Kylie urged, grabbing my arm. We turned to leave, but realized Jason wasn't following. He was staring at the hand, his face pale in the glow of our phone lights. "Jason, come on," I called. He looked up, his expression strange. "Did you guys hear that?" "Hear what?" I asked. It sounded like someone calling my name. Before anyone could respond, a loud thud came from somewhere deeper in the store, like something heavy had fallen. We all jumped. "That's it, I'm out," Mitch said, already backing away. "Wait," I said, doing a quick count. "Where's Kylie?" She had been right next to me just seconds ago. Now she was gone. "Kylie?" I called out, panic rising in my throat. "Kylie?" My voice echoed through the empty store. No response. "She probably just got scared and ran ahead," Mitch suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. Jason was still staring into the darkness. "Guys," he said slowly, I think I see her. We pointed our flashlights where he was looking. About 30 feet away, partially hidden behind a display counter, was Kylie. She was standing perfectly still, facing away from us. "Kylie," I called out, relief washing over me. "You scared the crap out of us. Come on, we're leaving." She didn't move or respond. "Kylie," I called again, walking toward her. Jason grabbed my arm. "Wait, something's not right." As I looked more closely, I could see what he meant. Kylie was standing wrong. Her posture was too rigid, her arms hanging at unnatural angles, and she was completely motionless, not even appearing to breathe. "Kylie," I called again, my voice barely a whisper now. Slowly, so slowly, Kylie's head began to turn toward us, but the rest of her body remained facing away, her neck twisting at an impossible angle. When her face came into view, her eyes were wide and glassy, her mouth hanging open in a silent scream, and then I saw it. Behind her, partially hidden in the shadows, was something tall, at least 6.5 feet. It had a humanoid shape, but all wrong, too thin, with limbs that bent at odd angles. Its skin was a sickly gray color with black patches that seemed to shift and move. But its face, God, its face! It was stretched and twisted, with far too many teeth visible in what I can only describe as a grin that split its head almost in half. One of its impossibly long arms was extended, its hand, if you could call it that, resting on the back of Kylie's neck. Its fingers, more like spindly spider legs, were wrapped around her throat, not squeezing, but controlling. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't process what I was seeing. Then the thing's head snapped in our direction, so fast it was just a blur. Its eyes, black, empty pits, locked onto us. The spell broke. We ran. All three of us, sprinting back the way we came, through the abandoned stores, past the mannequins, our flashlights bouncing wildly, casting crazy shadows everywhere. I heard Jason scream, but I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was too terrified of what I might see. We burst through the drywall barrier back into the lit section of the mall, not stopping until we reached the main entrance. We pushed through the doors into the parking lot, gasping for air, our hearts pounding. "Where's Kylie?" Mitch shouted, spinning around. "Where's Kylie?" "And Jason," I panted, realizing he wasn't with us either. "Where's Jason?" We'd lost both of them in our panic. They weren't behind us. "We have to go back," I said, though every cell in my body was screaming against it. "Are you insane?" Mitch yelled. "Did you see that thing?" "But Kylie and Jason—" "Call 911, Mitch interrupted, pulling out his phone. His hands were shaking so badly he could barely dial. We didn't go back in. We couldn't. We waited in the parking lot, huddled together next to my car, as Mitch tried to explain to the 911 operator what had happened. He left out the part about the creature, just said our friends were missing in the abandoned section of the mall. About 20 minutes later, as we were still waiting for the police to arrive, my phone rang. It was Jason. "Jason?" I answered, my voice cracking. "Where are you? Are you okay? Is Kylie with you?" "I'm at home," he replied, his voice calm, too calm. "Why wouldn't I be okay?" "What? How did you get home? We were just in the mall and—" "What are you talking about?" he interrupted. "I wasn't at the mall tonight. I've been home all evening." A cold sensation spread through my body. "Jason, that's not funny. We were just together at Ridgewood watching a movie. You, me, Mitch, and Kylie." There was a pause. Then, "I don't know what you're talking about. I have to go now. My mother's calling me." He hung up. I stared at my phone, then at Mitch. "He says he's been home all night." "That's impossible," Mitch said. "What about Kylie?" I tried calling her, but there was no answer. When the police finally arrived, they searched the mall but found nothing. No sign of Kylie. They seemed to think we were just teenagers playing a prank. They even called Jason's house, and his mother confirmed he'd been home all evening. We were questioned for hours. They kept asking if we'd been drinking or using drugs. They clearly didn't believe us about Kylie disappearing. They said they'd look into it and told us to go home. The next day, I went to Jason's house. I needed to understand what was happening. His mother answered the door and said he was in his room. She acted like everything was normal, mentioned that Jason had told her I might stop by. When I saw him, I almost ran out of the house. It was Jason, but not quite. He looked the same, spoke the same, but something in his eyes was off, empty, dead. He maintained that he hadn't been at the mall with us, that I must be confusing him with someone else. As I was leaving, his mother stopped me. "Oh, by the way," she said casually, "Jason only got home about 10 minutes before you called last night. He said he was out with some other friends." I froze, my hand on the doorknob. "But you told the police he was home all evening." She looked confused for a moment, then smiled. "Did I? I must have been mistaken. You know how it is when you're half asleep. I couldn't get out of there fast enough." Later that day, Kylie's parents reported her missing. The police interviewed me and Mitch again, this time taking our statement more seriously. We told them everything, except about the creature. Who would believe that? 2 weeks passed. No sign of Kylie. Jason continued going to school, acting almost normal but not quite. He was quieter, kept to himself. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at nothing, completely still, for minutes at a time. And sometimes, when he didn't think anyone was looking, I swear I saw his neck twist at an unnatural angle just for a moment. Then one day, Jason wasn't at school. I drove by his house after class, and there was a "for sale" sign in the yard. The neighbors said the family had moved out overnight, not telling anyone where they were going. No forwarding address, no goodbyes. The police investigation into Kylie's disappearance eventually went cold. They found security camera footage from the mall showing the 4 of us entering the theater, but the cameras in the abandoned section weren't functional. The last image of Kylie was her walking out of the theater with us at midnight. After that, nothing. It's been 3 years now, and I still don't know what happened that night. What was that creature? What did it do to Kylie? Was the Jason who came back the real Jason, or something else? I check social media constantly for any sign of either of them, but there's nothing. I've tried to move on, but I can't. I have nightmares almost every night. In them, I'm back in that abandoned mall, and I see Kylie standing there with her neck twisted, and behind her is that thing with the stretched face and too many teeth. But in the dreams, it's not just behind Kylie anymore. It's behind Jason too, and Mitch, and it's reaching for me. I don't go to malls anymore. I can't. Even the thought of walking through those wide corridors with their shuttered stores and mannequins makes me break out in a cold sweat. And I never, ever go anywhere alone after dark. I don't know why I'm sharing this now. Maybe I just need someone to believe me. Or maybe I need to warn people. If you're ever in an abandoned place at night and you feel like you're being watched, or if you hear something that sounds like clicking, or if you see someone you know standing too still, too rigid, run. Don't look back. Just run, because whatever was in that mall that night is still out there. And sometimes, when I'm alone in my room late at night, I swear I can hear something clicking softly from the darkest corner, just waiting for me to look. I never really believed in the supernatural. Sure, I watched horror movies and enjoyed a good ghost story around a campfire, but that stuff wasn't real. At least that's what I thought until last Christmas. Now, I'm not so sure anymore. My wife Sarah is Navajo, and I'm as white as they come. Grew up in suburban Chicago, the kind of place where the scariest thing that happens is when someone's trash blows into your yard. When we started dating 4 years ago, Sarah would sometimes mention beliefs and traditions from her culture that seemed, well, superstitious to me. I never said that out loud, of course. I respected her heritage even if I didn't fully understand it. Last December was the first time I was going to visit her grandmother's home on the reservation for Christmas. We'd been married for almost 2 years, but between my work schedule and the pandemic, we hadn't made the trip yet. Sarah was excited to finally introduce me to her grandmother and show me where she spent her childhood summers. The drive from Albuquerque to the reservation took about 3 hours. As we got closer, the landscape changed dramatically. Vast stretches of red earth, mesa formations in the distance, and a sky so big it made me feel tiny. There weren't many houses, and the ones we passed were spread far apart. "You nervous?" Sarah asked as we turned onto a dirt road. "A little," I admitted. "I just want to make a good impression. Just be yourself. And remember what I told you about some of the customs," she said, squeezing my hand. I'd been briefed extensively. Don't take pictures of certain places. Ask before touching anything that might be ceremonial. Be respectful of the elders. I was determined not to mess up or accidentally disrespect anyone or anything. Sarah's grandmother's house was modest but well kept. A single-story structure with a metal roof and a large shed behind it. There were no neighbors visible from where we parked. Just empty land stretching to the horizon. "How far is the nearest neighbor?" I asked as we unloaded our bags. "About a mile that way." Sarah pointed east. "It's Uncle Billy's place." The first day went better than expected. Sarah's grandmother, who insisted I call her Shimasani, which means my maternal grandmother in Navajo, was warm and welcoming. She didn't speak much English, so Sarah translated between us. We ate traditional food, and Shimasani seemed pleased when I tried everything and complimented her cooking. After dinner, we sat in the living room where Shimasani told stories about Sarah as a child, which Sarah translated for me. I noticed that occasionally she would leave parts out, giving me an abbreviated version. When I asked her about it later, she just said some things don't translate well or involve cultural references I wouldn't understand. We went to bed early, around 9 p.m. The guest room was small but comfortable, with hand-woven blankets on the bed and the soft scent of cedar in the air. I fell asleep almost immediately, exhausted from the drive and the excitement of meeting Shimasani. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, my throat dry as sandpaper. Sarah was asleep beside me, her breathing deep and even. I checked my phone, 2:17 a.m. Carefully, I got out of bed, trying not to wake her. The house was dark and unfamiliar, but I remembered the layout well enough to make my way to the kitchen without turning on any lights. I didn't want to disturb anyone. The kitchen window faced the front of the house and the driveway. Moonlight streamed in, providing just enough illumination for me to find a glass and fill it from the tap. As I drank the water, I gazed absently out the window. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or maybe a bush I hadn't noticed earlier. But then it moved. A dog. A really big dog was sitting in the middle of the driveway, facing the house. In the moonlight, its coat looked dark, maybe black or very dark brown. It was hard to tell. What struck me as odd was how perfectly still it sat, like a statue. It was just staring at the house. I set my glass down and moved closer to the window for a better look. The dog was massive, bigger than any dog I'd ever seen. Maybe a wolf hybrid? Do they have those on the reservation? Its proportions seemed slightly off somehow, though I couldn't put my finger on exactly what was wrong. As I watched, it slowly turned its head to look directly at me. I felt a chill run down my spine. There was something deeply unsettling about the way it moved, stiff and jerky, like a poorly animated figure in an old video game, not fluid like a living creature should move. I stood frozen, staring back at it. The dog's eyes caught the moonlight, reflecting it in a way that made them appear to glow. I couldn't look away. Time seemed to stretch as we locked eyes through the glass. Then it stood up. Its movement was all wrong, like its joints bent in directions they shouldn't. It took a step toward the house, still staring at me, and I felt my heart hammering in my chest. I backed away from the window, suddenly not wanting to see any more. Something about that dog felt dangerous in a way I couldn't explain. I hurried back to the bedroom, spilling some water from my glass in my haste. When I got back into bed, Sarah stirred but didn't wake up. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening for any sound from outside, but eventually fell into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, I woke up late. Sarah and Shimasani were already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. The smell of coffee and fry bread filled the air. I tried to act normal, but the memory of that strange dog kept tugging at my thoughts. As we ate breakfast, I casually brought it up. "I saw a really big dog in the driveway last night when I got up for some water," I said, keeping my tone light. "Do any neighbors have dogs that roam around here?" The reaction was immediate and unexpected. Sarah stopped mid-bite, her fork suspended in the air. Shimasani asked something in Navajo, her voice sharp with concern. "What time was this?" Sarah asked me, ignoring her grandmother's question. "Around 2:15, maybe. Why?" Sarah translated for her grandmother, whose face visibly paled. They had a rapid exchange in Navajo that I couldn't follow. Shimasani got up from the table and hurried to the phone on the wall. "What's going on?" I asked, confused by their reaction. "What did it look like exactly?" Sarah's voice was tense. I described what I'd seen, the size, the strange movements, the way it had stared at me. With each detail, Sarah's expression grew more worried. "Why didn't you wake me up?" she asked. I didn't want to disturb you over a dog. I figured it was just someone's pet that got loose." Shimasani was speaking urgently on the phone. I could hear the stress in her voice, even though I couldn't understand the words. "It wasn't a dog," Sarah said quietly. "At least, not the kind you're thinking of." Before I could ask what she meant, Shimasani hung up the phone and said something to Sarah. Sarah nodded and turned to me. "2 men are coming over. They'll be here in about an hour." "Who? What's happening?" Sarah took a deep breath. "They're medicine men. What you saw, we need to address it right away." I felt a crawling sensation on the back of my neck. "You're scaring me, Sarah." "What did I see?" She took my hand across the table. "We believe it was a skinwalker." I had heard that term before. Sarah had mentioned it once when we were dating, but she hadn't gone into detail. All I knew was that it was some kind of evil witch in Navajo belief. "A skinwalker," I repeated. "Like a person who can turn into an animal?" "It's more complicated than that," she said, "and we don't talk about them much. Talking about them can draw their attention." Over the next hour, Sarah explained, reluctantly and in hushed tones, that skinwalkers are medicine people who have chosen to use their powers for evil. They can take on animal forms, though the transformations are always imperfect, which explains the unnatural movements I had witnessed. They target people, especially outsiders who don't know how to protect themselves. But why would it be interested in me? I asked. You're not Navajo. You don't have the same spiritual protections we grow up with, she said. And you're on the reservation now. This is their territory. The medicine men arrived just before noon. They were older men, perhaps in their 60s, dressed in jeans and flannel shirts, looking completely ordinary except for the serious expressions they wore. They spoke with Shimasani and Sarah in Navajo for several minutes before one of them addressed me in English. You saw something last night, he said. It wasn't a question. I nodded and described what I'd seen again. He listened without interrupting, his face revealing nothing. You were right to tell them, he said when I finished. But you should have said something immediately. They instructed us to stay inside while they performed a ceremony around the property. Sarah went to the kitchen to prepare something under Shimasani's direction, while I watched through the window as the men walked the perimeter of the house, burning bundles of herbs and speaking words I couldn't hear. What are they doing? I asked when Sarah returned to the living room. Cleansing the area, she said, creating protection. She had a small plate in her hands with what looked like raw meat on it. I didn't ask what it was for. The ceremony lasted about an hour. When the men came back inside, they had us participate in another ritual that involved smoke from burning sage and prayers in Navajo. I followed their instructions, feeling deeply out of my element, but understanding that this was deadly serious to everyone else in the room. Afterward, we all sat in the living room. The older of the two medicine men looked at me intently. You need to understand some things about being here, he said. This is not like where you come from. He explained that the reservation has spiritual realities that outsiders often don't comprehend. What I'd seen was drawn to me precisely because I was an outsider, unprotected by the traditions and beliefs that safeguard the Navajo. If you see anything unusual again, anything, you must tell someone immediately, he emphasized. Not the next morning, right away. Sarah's grandmother said something in Navajo, and Sarah translated for me. Shimasani says that while you're here, you shouldn't go outside alone after dark, and don't get up at night if you can help it. The men left shortly after, taking the plate of raw meat with them to leave as an offering somewhere away from the house. I didn't ask for details. That evening, we sat together in the living room. The mood was more subdued than the previous night. Shimasani kept glancing at the windows, and Sarah seemed tense. I'm sorry, I said. I didn't mean to cause trouble. Sarah squeezed my hand. It's not your fault. You didn't know. That night I lay awake for hours, listening to every sound outside the house. The wind whistling around the eaves, a distant coyote howl, the creak of the house settling. Each noise made me tense up, imagining that strange dog thing returning, maybe trying to get inside. I must have fallen asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. Sarah was already up, sitting on the edge of the bed, watching me. Did you get up at all last night? She asked. No, I said. I stayed put like they said. She nodded, looking relieved. The rest of our Christmas visit passed without incident. We celebrated the holiday with a mixture of traditional American and Navajo customs. Shimasani gave me a handmade bracelet of silver and turquoise that Sarah said was for protection. I wore it constantly after that. Before we left to return to Albuquerque, Shimasani took me aside with Sarah translating. She established clear rules for any future visits. Never go outside alone after dark. Tell someone immediately if I see or hear anything unusual. Don't get up at night if possible. and never ever discuss what I saw with people who weren't there. Some things aren't meant to be shared with those who wouldn't understand, Sarah explained. It can make the problem worse. It's been almost a year now, and we're planning another visit for this Christmas. I still wear the bracelet Shimasani gave me. I haven't told anyone else about what happened, not my friends, not my family. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just a stray dog, and I imagined the strange movements because I was tired and it was dark. But then I remember how everyone reacted, how seriously they took it, the urgency of the medicine men's ceremonies. And sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I remember those eyes staring at me through the window, the unnatural way it moved when it stood up. And I wonder if it's still out there, waiting for me to return to the reservation. I'll be more careful this Christmas. I won't get up for water in the middle of the night, and I definitely won't look out any windows after dark. Because now I know some things that watch you from the darkness aren't just animals, and acknowledging them might be all the invitation they need. I've been an avid hiker for about 7 years now. Nothing extreme, I'm not summiting Everest or anything, but I love a good day hike with decent elevation. It clears my head. After Jen and I split up 3 months ago, hiking became even more important to me. It was the only thing that kept me sane during those first awful weeks. We'd always hiked together, but I started going solo. There's something therapeutic about being alone on a trail, just you and your thoughts and the rhythm of your boots on dirt. My go-to spot has always been Black Ridge Mountain. It's about an hour's drive from my place, not too crowded, with a well-maintained trail system that offers some challenging sections, but isn't dangerous if you're prepared. I've hiked the main Eastern Trail probably 50 times over the years. I know every switchback, every viewpoint, every spot where the trail narrows or widens. It's comfortable, like an old friend. So last Saturday, I packed my usual day bag, water, protein bars, first aid kit, extra layer, headlamp, just in case, Swiss Army knife, the basics. Weather forecast was perfect. Clear skies, around 65 degrees, slight breeze. I got to the trailhead parking lot around 8:30 a.m., earlier than most weekend hikers, so I had my pick of parking spots. Everything felt normal. Good even. I remember thinking it was going to be exactly what I needed after a stressful work week. Then I saw the sign at the trailhead. Trail closed due to rock slide. Seek alternate routes. There was a date stamp from 3 days earlier. I stood there for a minute, genuinely annoyed. I'd driven an hour specifically for this trail, and I wasn't in the mood to turn around and go home. The parking lot has access to a few different trails, but the eastern path is the only one I'm really familiar with. There's a western trail that wraps around the other side of the mountain, but I'd never taken it before. According to the trail map at the entrance, it was roughly the same distance and elevation gain, just less traveled. In retrospect, I should have just gone to my backup spot about 30 minutes further away. But I was already there, had my boots on, and frankly, was feeling a bit adventurous. Maybe exploring a new trail would be good for me, something different, a new challenge. The western trail started off pretty similar to the eastern one. Wide path, gentle incline, tall pines creating patches of shade. But after about a mile, the differences became obvious. This trail wasn't as well maintained, nothing dangerous, just overgrown in spots, with more exposed roots and loose rocks. It was steeper too, with fewer switchbacks, meaning it was a more direct route up the mountain. but required more effort. The biggest difference, though, was how quiet it was. The Eastern Trail usually has at least a few other hikers, even on weekdays. But I didn't see another soul on this side. No fresh footprints in the dirt, no distant voices, nothing. Just birds and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I actually liked the solitude. It felt like I had the whole mountain to myself. About 2 hours in, the trail got really challenging. The path narrowed significantly as it curved around a rocky outcropping, forcing me to press my back against the mountainside to avoid the steep drop-off to my right. My heart was pounding, partly from exertion and partly from the adrenaline of navigating such a precarious section. But I made it through, and the trail widened again as it continued upward. By around 11:30, I reached what I assume was the summit of this side, not the true peak of the mountain, but a relatively flat area with some large boulders that offered a natural resting spot. The view was incredible, better than anything on the Eastern Trail. I could see for miles, rolling hills, patches of forest, a silver ribbon of river in the distance. I sat on a sun-warmed rock, drank some water, and ate one of my protein bars, feeling pretty satisfied with my decision to try something new. After about 20 minutes, I started the descent down the other side of the ridge. This is when things started to get weird. The descent path was even less maintained than the ascent had been. In some spots, I wasn't even sure I was on an actual trail. It seemed more like a game path, narrow and winding through increasingly dense forest. The trees changed too. Fewer pines, more gnarled oaks with low-hanging branches that I had to duck under. The forest floor was covered in a thick carpet of dead leaves that muffled my footsteps. The whole atmosphere changed, darker, damper, older somehow. I checked my phone. No service, which wasn't unusual for these mountains, but my GPS still worked and confirmed I was on the right path. According to the trail map I'd studied earlier, this route should eventually loop back around to connect with the main trail system near the parking lot. I figured I was about halfway through my hike. That's when I spotted it through a break in the trees, a small cabin set into a small clearing on the mountainside. It wasn't visible from the trail. I only noticed it because I'd stopped to retie my bootlace and happened to look up at just the right angle. From where I stood, it looked abandoned. Weathered gray wood, a sagging roof, no smoke from the chimney. Now I know what you're thinking. Why would anyone in their right mind investigate a random cabin in the middle of nowhere? Horror movie 101, right? But in the moment, it didn't feel ominous. I was curious. I'd hiked this mountain so many times and never knew there was a structure out here. I figured it was probably an old ranger station or hunter's cabin, maybe historical. Plus, I'm not gonna lie, I was contemplating posting some cool photos on Instagram. Discovered a hidden cabin on my hike today. Adventure our hidden treasures, that kind of thing. So I veered off the trail, pushing through about 50 yards of underbrush to reach the clearing. As I got closer, I could see just how dilapidated the place was. Not just old, but falling apart. The roof had partially collapsed on one side. Most of the windows were broken. The small porch had rotted through in spots. This place hadn't been maintained in decades. I approached cautiously, suddenly aware of how quiet it had become. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing, just the soft crunch of dead leaves under my boots. The cabin door hung slightly ajar, its hinges rusted and bent. I called out, "Hello? Anyone here?" Mostly as a reflex. I didn't actually expect a response, and I didn't get one. I pushed the door open wider with the toe of my boot. It creaked loudly, the sound echoing through the clearing. The interior was a single room, maybe 15 by 15 feet. Dust particles floated in the beams of sunlight that streamed through holes in the roof. There was an old iron wood stove in one corner, a crude wooden table with one chair in the center, and what looked like the remains of a cot against the far wall. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, cobwebs stretching from wall to wall. And then I saw it, in the corner opposite the wood stove, partially hidden by the collapsed remains of what might have been a cupboard, a skeleton, an actual human skeleton. It wasn't arranged like in a museum or Halloween decoration. It was slumped against the wall, clothes still hanging in tatters on the bones. A plaid shirt, work pants, hiking boots not too different from my own. A crushed hat lay nearby. From the size and clothing, I guessed it had been a man. I couldn't tell how long it had been there. Years, definitely. But beyond that, I have no idea. My first instinct was to call 911, but I still had no cell service. My second thought was to get back to my car as quickly as possible and report it to the rangers or police. But before I could move, the strangest feeling came over me, like the air pressure had suddenly changed. My ears popped and the hair on my arms stood up. That's when I heard the front door swing shut behind me with a definitive thud. I spun around, expecting to see another hiker, maybe someone playing a prank. But there was no one there, just the closed door and the sudden, suffocating darkness of the cabin interior. Then I heard it, the unmistakable creak of floorboards from somewhere else. Not outside, not in the main room where I stood, but from somewhere in the cabin, which made no sense because it was just one room. Or so I thought. My eyes, adjusting to the dimmer light, now noticed what I'd missed before, a narrow door in the wall adjacent to where the skeleton sat. It was the same weathered gray as the walls, almost invisible unless you were looking directly at it, and the creaking was coming from behind it. Fight or flight kicked in, and I chose flight. I lunged for the front door, but the rusty old handle wouldn't turn. I yanked, pulled, pushed, nothing. It was as if it had been sealed shut. The creaking behind the hidden door grew louder, more deliberate. Like footsteps, but not quite. More like something dragging itself across the floor. With the front door not an option, I had two choices. Try to break one of the few remaining windows, or hide. The windows looked too small for me to fit through, and the glass shards still in the frames looked dangerously sharp. So I did the only thing I could. I pressed myself into the shadowy space between the wood stove and the wall, making myself as small as possible. The hidden door slowly swung open with a low groan. What came through that door? I'm struggling to even describe it. It wasn't human, though it moved on two legs. Its skin was a sickly grayish white, stretched tight over a frame that was all wrong, too thin in some places, too bulky in others. Its feet weren't feet, but jointed appendages that clicked against the wooden floor like hooves or claws. Its arms hung down past its knees, ending in hands with impossibly long fingers, tipped with what looked like yellowed talons. But its face, God, its face. No nose to speak of, just two slits, eyes too large and too dark, set deep in the skull. And its mouth, wide and full of teeth that reminded me of broken glass, jagged and uneven. I was frozen in terror, not even daring to breathe. The creature stood in the center of the cabin, its head swiveling slowly as if scanning the room. Then it did something that turned my blood to ice. It spoke. "Who's out there?" The voice was human-like but wrong, like someone trying to remember how to speak after a long time of silence. "I can smell you, fresh, alive." I pushed myself further back against the wall, but my boot hit a loose floorboard that let out a betraying creak. The creature's head snapped toward my hiding spot, those black eyes locking onto mine. For a second, We just stared at each other. I saw recognition in those inhuman eyes. It knew I was seeing it. Then its mouth opened wider than should be physically possible, and it let out a shriek that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. It wasn't just loud, it was physically painful, like someone driving nails directly into my eardrums. I don't remember deciding to move. 1 second I was frozen in place. The next I was shoving past the creature, feeling its cold skin brush against my arm as I rammed into the front door with my shoulder. The door, which had been immovable moments before, suddenly gave way, sending me sprawling onto the porch. I scrambled to my feet, not daring to look back, and ran. I didn't follow the path back to the trail. I just ran downhill, crashing through underbrush, jumping over fallen logs, sliding down steep inclines that tore at my pants and scraped my hands raw. Branches whipped at my face. I tripped more times than I could count, but I always got back up, driven by the sound of pursuit behind me, because it was following me. I could hear it, not running, but moving through the forest with a horrible efficiency. That clicking sound of its feet against rocks, occasional shrieks that seemed to be getting closer, then farther away, as if it was circling around me. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes or so. Eventually, I broke through the tree line and found myself on the access road about a quarter mile from the parking lot. I sprinted the rest of the way to my car, fumbling with my keys, constantly looking over my shoulder. As I peeled out of the parking lot, I caught a glimpse of something in my rearview mirror, a gray figure at the edge of the forest, just standing there, watching. Then I turned onto the main road, and it was out of sight. I drove straight to the ranger station at the base of the mountain, barely able to form coherent sentences as I tried to explain what I'd found. I told them about the cabin and the skeleton, but I couldn't bring myself to describe the creature. They probably would have had me committed. Instead, I said I got spooked and ran after finding human remains. 2 rangers took my information and said they'd investigate. They seemed concerned about the skeleton but didn't appear to take the rest of my panic very seriously. One of them mentioned there weren't any registered cabins or structures on that part of the mountain, which only made the whole thing more unsettling. I called yesterday to follow up. The ranger I spoke with said they'd searched the western trail and found no cabin, no clearing, no skeleton, nothing matching my description at all. He suggested I might have gotten turned around or been affected by dehydration or elevation sickness. But I know what I saw. I have the scrapes and bruises from my frantic escape to prove I was there. I have a distinct handprint-shaped bruise on my arm where that thing touched me. A bruise that hasn't faded and feels ice-cold to the touch even now, days later. I don't know what that thing was or why it was in that cabin with a human skeleton. I don't know if it killed that person or if it was something else entirely. All I know is that I'm never hiking alone again. In fact, I'm not sure I'll ever go back to those mountains. If you're reading this and you hike, especially if you hike solo, please be careful. Stick to populated trails. Tell someone where you're going. And if you ever come across a structure in the woods that looks abandoned, just keep walking. Some things are better left undisturbed. The bruise on my arm is getting worse, and sometimes, when my apartment is completely quiet at night, I swear I can hear floorboards creaking. I never wanted to post this online. For 3 years I've kept it to myself, documenting everything in journals that nobody will ever see. But after what happened yesterday, I need to warn people. If you ever find yourself in the Appalachian Mountains, especially the remote parts of Cherokee Territory, You need to know what's out there, and you need to know how to survive. My grandfather left me 78 acres of forest land when he passed. It's beautiful property, dense woods, a creek running through it, plenty of game. I built a small cabin there and started living off-grid about 4 years ago. The nearest neighbor is 5 miles away, and the closest town is a 40-minute drive. I like the isolation. At least I did before. I'm Cherokee on my mother's side. Growing up, I heard all the stories from my grandfather, legends about spirits and creatures in these mountains. I never took them seriously. They were just stories meant to keep kids from wandering off alone, until I encountered one myself. It was late October, hunting season. I'd been tracking a 10-point buck since dawn, following it deeper into my property than I'd ever gone before. The forest gets denser on the western edge, where it meets up with national forest land. The trees grow so thick that even at midday, it feels like dusk under the canopy. I lost the buck's trail around noon and decided to head back. That's when I realized something was wrong. I'm an experienced hunter and tracker. I know these woods, but suddenly I couldn't get my bearings. Every direction looked the same. I checked my compass, but the needle just kept spinning, which made no sense. I started walking in what I thought was the direction of my cabin, using the sun as a guide. After an hour, I recognized a distinctive fallen log, the same one I'd passed 30 minutes earlier. I was walking in circles. That's when I felt it. The sensation of being watched. Not by an animal. This was different, more intelligent, more focused. I scanned the trees but saw nothing. The air got colder, unnaturally so, and then I heard it, a voice calling my name. It sounded exactly like my grandfather, who'd been dead for 3 years. "Michael, this way, Michael." It came from behind a cluster of trees about 50 yards away. I raised my rifle and approached slowly. Nothing was there. When I turned back around, I couldn't recognize where I was at all. Panic started setting in. That's when I remembered something my grandfather once told me during a hunting trip. He said if I ever felt lost and confused in a way that didn't make sense, to tilt my head against my shoulder and watch how the world changed. It sounded ridiculous, but I was desperate. I pressed my right ear against my shoulder and held it there. The disorientation vanished almost immediately. The forest snapped back into focus, and I could suddenly tell which way was north again. I started moving quickly toward my cabin, keeping my head tilted the whole time. It was uncomfortable, but I didn't dare straighten up. About 100 yards from where I was, I caught movement out of the corner of my eye. Something was following me, moving from tree to tree. It wasn't quite human-shaped, but it wasn't an animal either. It moved on all fours sometimes, then would rise up partially. Its movements were jerky, unnatural. I pretended not to notice and kept walking, head still tilted. My cabin finally came into view, and I sprinted the last stretch. Once inside, I locked every door and window, loaded my shotgun, and sat in the dark, waiting. Nothing happened that night, but the next morning, I found strange tracks outside, like a coyote's, but the stride was too long, and occasionally the prints looked almost human. That was my first encounter with what the Cherokee call a Yi-nal-dlushi, a skinwalker. I spent the next few weeks researching everything I could about them. I spoke with elders in the community who were willing to talk. Most weren't. The consensus was clear. Don't talk about them, don't acknowledge them, and definitely don't hunt them. But they were on my land, and I needed to protect myself. Over the next 3 years, I developed techniques to deal with them. I'm sharing these now because I think people need to know. First, the direction confusion. When a skinwalker wants to trap you, it messes with your sense of direction and equilibrium. The head-tilting trick works because it disrupts whatever influence they have on your perception. I've since found that wearing a beaded necklace blessed by a medicine man also helps, but the head tilt is a reliable backup. Second, they can mimic sounds perfectly. They'll imitate people you know, animals in distress, or even your own voice. Never approach a sound that seems out of place or too convenient. I once heard what sounded like a woman screaming for help about a mile from my cabin. When I got closer, cautiously with my rifle, the woman suddenly went silent. Then I heard the sound of something large moving through the underbrush, circling around behind me. Third, they often appear as coyotes, but there's always something wrong with them. They might be too large, have strange proportions, or move in ways that real coyotes don't. I've seen one running on its hind legs before dropping back to all fours when it noticed me watching. I started setting protective boundaries around my property. White ash works. They won't cross a line of it. I surrounded my cabin with ash and set up traps farther out on my land, hidden spots covered with ash. Twice I found strange black blood near these traps, confirming they were effective. I should have been content with protection. That was my mistake. Protection wasn't enough for me. I wanted to drive them away completely. This is where James and Cole come in. They're friends from town who've hunted with me for years. When I finally told them what was happening on my land, James was skeptical, but Cole was immediately convinced. His grandmother was Cherokee, and he'd heard similar stories growing up. My grandmother said they're humans who practice dark medicine, Cole explained one night as we sat in my cabin. They wear animal skins to transform, and they feed on fear as much as flesh. James laughed it off. Sounds like you've got some tweakers camping on your property, Mike. Or maybe just some weird animal hybrids. I showed them my journals, the photos of tracks, the samples of black blood I'd collected from my traps. Even James had to admit something strange was happening. If these things are real, James said, then they can be killed, right? That's when Cole mentioned silver bullets. He'd been doing his own research and found references to silver being effective against skinwalkers. James, who had been a Marine, suggested a more direct approach, setting up a hunting blind near one of my ash traps and waiting for one to appear. I told them it was too dangerous. The elders had warned me, never hunt them because they'll hunt you back. But James and Cole were determined, and part of me wanted to end this once and for all. We spent a week preparing. James brought high-powered rifles and thermal imaging equipment from his security company. Cole brought silver bullets he'd made himself, along with protective charms he'd gotten from his grandmother. I stocked the cabin with enough supplies for a long siege, just in case. Yesterday we set out at dawn. The plan was to check my traps and set up near one that showed recent activity. We found fresh tracks near the creek, coyote prints that occasionally showed 5 toes instead of 4, with claw marks too deep for a normal animal. We set up our blind about 50 yards from the trap, with clear sight lines through the trees. James set up his thermal scope and we settled in to wait. Hours passed with nothing. As the sun started to set, Cole needed to relieve himself. He walked about 20 yards back toward the cabin, still within sight. James and I kept our eyes on the trap. "What the hell?" James suddenly whispered, looking through his thermal scope. "What is it?" I asked. "I'm picking up something huge moving around behind those trees, but I can't see anything with my naked eye." I raised my rifle and peered through my own scope. Nothing. "Cole!" James called out, not too loud. "Get back here." No response. "Cole!" James hissed again. We both turned to look for him. Cole was standing perfectly still about 30 yards away, facing away from us. "Cole, what are you doing? Get back here," I called out. He turned around slowly. Something was wrong with his face. His eyes were too wide, and his mouth was stretched into an unnatural grin. Then his head tilted at an impossible angle, like his neck had extra joints. "That's not Cole," I whispered to James, raising my rifle. Whatever was wearing Cole's appearance started moving toward us. But the movement was all wrong, jerky and fluid at the same time, like each joint was moving independently of the others. His arms bent backward at the elbows, and he seemed to glide rather than walk. James fired first. The shot hit it square in the chest, but it didn't even flinch. It just kept coming, that horrible grin never changing. "The silver bullets!" I shouted, fumbling to load the special ammunition Cole had brought. James fired again and again, emptying his magazine. The thing wearing Cole's face just absorbed the hits. Then it moved, impossibly fast, and was suddenly right in front of our blind. Up close, I could see its skin rippling, like something underneath was trying to get out. The face stretched and contorted, features rearranging themselves. It wasn't even trying to look like Cole anymore. I finally got a silver bullet loaded and fired point blank into its chest. That had an effect. It screamed, a sound like metal scraping against metal, and black blood oozed from the wound. It retreated back into the trees, moving in that broken, wrong way. "We need to get back to the cabin," I said, already packing up. "Where's the real Cole?" James looked pale. "I don't know, but we're not leaving without him." We called out for Cole as we made our way back toward the cabin, moving as quickly as we could through the darkening forest. No response. The woods had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. About halfway back to the cabin, James spotted something moving through his thermal scope. "3 heat signatures, 9 o'clock, he whispered, moving parallel to us. I couldn't see anything, but I trusted his equipment. We picked up our pace. Then James stumbled and fell hard. When I helped him up, I saw he'd tripped over a body. It was Cole. His throat had been torn out, and his chest was ripped open. His eyes were missing. James vomited. I just stood there, frozen. Cole had been dead for hours, based on the condition of his body. Whatever we'd seen earlier wasn't him at all. "We need to move," I said, pulling James away. "Now." We ran toward the cabin. The thermal scope showed more heat signatures appearing all around us, closing in. James was limping. He'd twisted his ankle when he fell. We were about a quarter mile from the cabin when something lunged out of the darkness at James. It looked like a coyote, but was the size of a wolf, with limbs that were too long and a face that was almost human. James fired at it, hitting it in the shoulder. It yelped and retreated, but not before its claws raked across James's side. I helped James the rest of the way to the cabin. We could see shapes moving in the darkness all around us, some on 4 legs, some upright, all moving with that same wrong fluidity that made my skin crawl. We made it to the ash line surrounding my cabin. The shapes stopped at the boundary, pacing back and forth. I counted at least 7 distinct forms, more than I'd ever seen at once. Once inside, I locked everything down and checked James's wound. It was bad, 4 deep gashes that were bleeding heavily, but what concerned me more was the color of the blood around the edges of the wound. It was turning black. "Am I gonna die?" James asked, his voice weak. "No," I lied. "We just need to clean it out." I did what I could for the wound, washing it with water mixed with white ash. James passed out from the pain. He developed a fever quickly, his skin burning hot to the touch while he shivered uncontrollably. Throughout the night, they tested the boundaries of my cabin, scratching at the windows, tapping on the walls, calling out in familiar voices. My grandfather, Cole, even my own voice. By morning, James was dead. His wound had spread, black veins extending from it across his entire torso. I couldn't stay in the cabin with his body. I had to make a run for my truck, which was parked about 100 yards away. I loaded my shotgun with shells containing silver buckshot, put on my protective necklace, and prepared to make a dash for it. When I opened the door, the yard appeared empty. The shapes that had surrounded us all night were gone. But I knew better than to trust appearances now. I ran for the truck, staying within the ash boundary as long as possible. I was about halfway there when I felt something swipe at my back. Hot pain lanced across my shoulder blades. I spun and fired, catching a glimpse of something tall and emaciated diving back into the trees. I made it to the truck and drove straight to town, to the hospital. The doctors stitched up my back, asking how I'd been injured. I told them it was a hiking accident. But when I got back to my motel room and checked the wound in the mirror, I saw black spreading from the edges of the gashes, just like James. That was yesterday. The blackness has spread about 2 inches in all directions from the wound. My skin feels hot and tight around it. I've been throwing up black fluid for the past hour. I know they're outside. I can feel them watching, waiting. The motel door won't keep them out for long. I've pushed the dresser against it and am hiding in the closet with my laptop, trying to get this warning out. If you're in the Appalachians and get turned around for no reason, tilt your head against your shoulder. If you hear familiar voices calling from the woods, ignore them. If you see a coyote walking wrong or a person moving like their bones are broken, run. Don't look back. And whatever you do, don't hunt them. They're not animals. They're not even monsters in the way we understand. They're something older, something patient. The blackness has reached my neck now. I can feel it changing me. My fingers are starting to move wrong. I keep having thoughts that don't feel like my own. I think I'm running out of time. I can hear scratching at the door. The motel manager, maybe? Or them? I can't tell anymore. If I don't make it, at least this warning will survive. Don't look for me. Don't come looking for James or Cole either. Just stay away from my land. Stay away from those mountains after dark. They're coming through the door now. I can hear the wood splintering. I don't think I can finish the... I've kept this story to myself for almost 23 years now. I used to think there was a professional explanation for everything I experienced during my time as a social worker on the Pinehurst Reservation. Now, I'm not so sure. Some things just don't fit into our understanding of reality, and what happened with the Miller family is one of those things. I was 35 years old in 1998, working as a social worker for the Tribal Services Department. I'd been on the job for about 7 years at that point, and I thought I'd seen just about everything. The usual cases of neglect, substance abuse, and the occasional domestic dispute. Nothing could have prepared me for what I encountered with the Miller family. Jenny Miller was well known on the reservation. She was in her early 40s, a tough, no-nonsense woman who'd fostered over a dozen children through the years. What made her unusual was that she didn't follow traditional native ways. She was Christian, kept to herself, and was generally viewed as an outsider by the more traditional community members. Her husband worked construction off-reservation, often gone for days at a time. The isolation never seemed to bother her, though. It was a Friday afternoon in late October when I got the call about 4 siblings who needed emergency placement. Their mother had been arrested for drug possession, and there was no family immediately available to take them. I called Jenny, who agreed to take them for the weekend until we could make more permanent arrangements. I drove the kids to Jenny's house that evening. It was already getting dark by the time we arrived. Her house stood alone at the end of a long dirt road surrounded by pine trees. No neighbors for at least half a mile in any direction. The kids were quiet in the back seat. One boy, about 12, and his 3 younger sisters, ages 10, 8, and 6. The boy, Thomas, was particularly sullen, staring out the window as we drove. I remember thinking how he seemed unusually alert, his eyes constantly scanning the tree line as we approached the house. Jenny greeted us on the porch, all smiles and reassurance. She had a way of making kids feel at home right away. The little girls warmed up to her immediately, but Thomas hung back. When Jenny showed everyone their sleeping arrangements, Thomas asked if he could sleep in the living room instead of sharing a bedroom with his sisters. "I just feel better out here," he said, looking at the front door. At the time, I thought it was just a boy wanting his own space, so I didn't think much of it. What was supposed to be a weekend placement stretched into a week, then 2 weeks, and then a 30-day temporary custody arrangement while the mother underwent court-mandated rehab. I visited every few days to check on the kids, and things seemed to be going well. Thomas was still sleeping on the couch, but Jenny said he was being helpful and protective of his sisters. It was during my 3rd week of visits that I noticed something had changed. Jenny seemed tense, dark circles under her eyes. When I asked if everything was okay, she glanced at Thomas, who was sitting silently on the couch, his eyes fixed on the living room window. "We've had some disturbances at night," she said quietly. I asked her to elaborate, and she hesitated before telling me what had happened. A few nights earlier, Thomas had woken up around 3 a.m. He claimed he'd seen someone, or something, at the living room window, looking in. According to Thomas, it was tall and dark, and it had tried the door handle before peering through the window. When it realized Thomas was watching, it ran away. Thomas said he heard heavy footsteps retreating into the woods. Jenny had called tribal police, but by the time they arrived, there was nothing to see. No footprints, no evidence of anyone trying to break in. The officer suggested it might have been a dream. "I don't think it was a dream," Jenny said to me. "Thomas has been too afraid to sleep by the window since then." She then pointed to the living room windows, which now had 2x4 boards nailed across them from the inside. The only opening was a small crack at the top for air, which Jenny said she'd been leaving open at night despite reservation protocols advising against it. I questioned Thomas about what he saw, using all my professional techniques to determine if he was making it up or exaggerating. His description remained consistent. Tall, dark figure, tried the door, looked in the window. But there was something in his eyes when he talked about it, a genuine fear that I couldn't dismiss. I reported the incident, of course. The police agreed to drive by the house more frequently, and I scheduled my visits for later in the day to provide additional presence. But I still felt uneasy about the whole situation. Then, about a week later, I got a late-night call from Jenny. She was frantic, speaking so fast I could barely understand her. I caught phrases like "happened again" and "screaming" and "won't stop crying." I told her I'd be there as soon as possible. It was nearly 11 p.m. when I pulled up to the house. All the lights were on, and Jenny met me at the door, looking completely exhausted. "It's Thomas," she said. "He saw it again." I found Thomas huddled under a blanket on the couch, trembling. His sisters were in their room with the door shut, too frightened to come out. When I tried to talk to Thomas, he wouldn't look at me. He wouldn't look at anything, really, especially not toward the window. "Can you tell me what happened?" I asked him. He shook his head violently. "Thomas, I can't help if you don't tell me what scared you." After several minutes of gentle coaxing, he finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "It was watching me again. It knows I can see it." "What does it look like?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Thomas looked at me then, his eyes wide and haunted. "It's big and black and hairy, and its face—" He trailed off, shuddering. "What about its face, Thomas?" "It has a goat face," he whispered, "but not like a normal goat. Its eyes are all wrong." I'll admit it, a chill ran down my spine. Children make up stories, I told myself. They have vivid imaginations. But the raw terror in this boy's eyes was unlike anything I'd ever seen. Jenny had called the police again, and again they found nothing. No footprints, no evidence of an intruder. The officer suggested that maybe Thomas had seen a deer or some other animal. But Thomas was adamant. It was not an animal, at least not any kind he'd ever seen before. I stayed until Thomas finally fell asleep from sheer exhaustion. Jenny walked me out to my car, and in the privacy of the night, she confessed something. "I think I heard it last night before Thomas screamed," she said quietly. "There were footsteps on the porch, heavy ones, and a sort of scratching at the wall. I thought it was just the wind in the trees." I tried to reassure her that there must be a logical explanation, but even I was starting to have doubts. The fear in that house was palpable, and it was affecting everyone. The next day, I spoke with my supervisor about moving the children to a different placement, but with the reservation's limited foster homes and the siblings' desire to stay together, we had few options. Jenny insisted she could handle it, and the children, despite being frightened, didn't want to leave her care. For the next week, I visited daily. Jenny had installed motion sensor lights around the house and kept all the windows not only locked, but covered with boards. The only window she left partially open was a small bathroom window that was too high for anyone to reach from outside. Things seemed to calm down. Thomas was still sleeping in the living room, but he'd moved the couch away from the window and closer to his sister's bedroom door. Jenny reported no more sightings or strange noises. I began to think that whatever had frightened Thomas was gone, or perhaps had never been there at all. Then came the final week of their stay. The mother had completed her initial rehab program and was preparing for the children to return home. On my second to last scheduled visit, I arrived to find Jenny's husband at home, a rare occurrence. He greeted me at the door, his expression grim. "Jenny's not feeling well," he said. "She hasn't been sleeping." When I asked why, he lowered his voice. "She says something's been walking around the house at night, scratching at the walls. She wanted me to come home." I found Jenny in the kitchen, looking even more exhausted than before. The children were playing in the backyard, supervised by the oldest sister, while Thomas sat on the porch steps, watching the tree line. "I'm not crazy," Jenny said the moment we were alone. "I know what I've been hearing. There's something out there." I asked her to describe what she'd heard. Footsteps on the porch, scratching at the walls, like something with claws, and she hesitated. "Sometimes I think I hear breathing outside the bathroom window, like something standing on its hind legs, tall enough to reach a window 8 feet off the ground." I suggested it could be a bear, but she shook her head. "Bears don't try doorknobs. Bears don't stay in one place for hours, just watching and waiting." Jenny then told me something that made my blood run cold. The previous night she'd been awakened by the sound of scratching at her bedroom wall, the exterior wall. She'd lain there, frozen in fear, listening as the scratching moved slowly around the house, wall by wall, until it reached the living room where Thomas slept. Then it stopped. I got up to check on him, she said. He was awake, staring at the ceiling. He looked at me and said, "It's on the roof now." I didn't hear anything, but Thomas, he just knows when it's there. The children were due to leave in 2 days. I assured Jenny that whatever was happening would end soon, and she nodded, though she didn't look convinced. On my final visit, the day before the children were to return to their mother, I arrived to find a tribal elder at the house. Jenny had called him to perform a smudging ceremony, despite her general avoidance of traditional practices. The elder had burned sage throughout the house, chanting prayers in our native language. Thomas seemed calmer than I'd seen him in weeks. His sisters, too, appeared less tense. Jenny, however, looked worse. It didn't like the smudging, she told me privately. Last night was the worst yet. The scratching was so loud I thought it would tear through the walls. My husband heard it too this time. Before I left, I had individual conversations with each child, standard procedure, before returning them to their mother. The 3 girls were excited to go home, though they said they'd miss Jenny. Thomas was the last one I spoke with. "Are you ready to go home?" I asked him. He nodded but didn't meet my eyes. "Thomas, can I ask you something about what you saw at the window?" He tensed immediately. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to," I assured him. "But I want to help make sure you feel safe when you go home." After a long pause, Thomas spoke so quietly I had to lean in to hear him. "It followed us here," he said. "What do you mean?" "It was at our house before. It used to look in my window at home, too. That's why I wanted to sleep in the living room here, to watch out for my sisters." I felt a chill run through me. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" Thomas shrugged. "You wouldn't have believed me. Grown-ups never do." Before I could question him further, the youngest sister, Emily, came running in. She jumped onto Thomas's lap and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Are you talking about the monster?" she asked innocently. Thomas shot her a warning look, but it was too late. "What monster, Emily?" I asked, keeping my voice casual. "The one that looks in the windows at night," she said matter-of-factly. "The one with the goat face." I glanced at Thomas, who had gone very still. "Emily, have you seen this monster too?" She nodded. "Uh-huh. Not just once, every night." The children left the next day, returned to their mother, who had completed her program and was ready to provide a stable home. I filed my final report, including notes about Thomas's claims and the strange occurrences, but framed them as possible manifestations of the children's anxiety about their mother's situation. It was the professional thing to do. A month later, Jenny Miller put her house up for sale. When I called to check in, she wouldn't tell me exactly why they were moving, just that they needed a change of scenery. Her husband had found work in a city about 2 hours away. Before they left, I visited one last time. The house was mostly packed up, boxes stacked in every room. Jenny seemed better, more like her old self, though she still had that wariness in her eyes. "I wanted to thank you," she said, "for not thinking I was crazy." "I never thought that," I told her honestly. She looked around the empty living room, her gaze lingering on the windows, still covered with boards. "Whatever it was," she said quietly, "it's still out there. The smudging didn't get rid of it. It just made it angry." "How do you know?" She hesitated, then said, "Because I saw it, the night after the elder left. I got up to use the bathroom and there it was, looking in through that high window, just like Thomas described it. Tall, dark, with a face like—" She shuddered. "Like nothing I've ever seen before." I've thought about Jenny's story many times over the years. I checked in on the Miller family occasionally after they moved. They never came back to the reservation to live, though Jenny would visit during daylight hours for tribal events. She never stayed past dark. I followed up on the children too. They seemed to adjust well after returning to their mother. Thomas, particularly, thrived in high school and went on to college. When I retired in 2015, I reached out to him, curious if he remembered that month at Jenny's house. "Some things are better left in the past, Dr. Reynolds," was all he would say. "I'm retired now, living in a small house on the edge of town. Not on the reservation. I couldn't bring myself to stay there after everything that happened. I've tried to rationalize what occurred at Jenny's house. Mass hysteria, perhaps. Suggestion and fear feeding off each other in an isolated environment. But on nights when the wind blows through the pine trees outside my window, I remember what Jenny told me the last time I saw her. There are things in this world that don't have names, Dr. Reynolds. Things that live in the spaces between what we know and what we fear. And once they know you can see them, they never really go away. I keep my blinds closed at night now. I don't look out windows after dark. Call it superstition if you want, but I can't shake the feeling that something is out there, watching and waiting. Something that followed Jenny from the reservation, something that might have followed me too. And sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I swear I hear scratching at my walls. I've never told this story outside my family, not because I don't want to, but because I know what happens when you tell people you've seen something they don't believe in. They look at you like you're crazy or making stuff up for attention. But what happened to me in the summer of '87 was real, and it still wakes me up at night sometimes. I was 15 and seriously messing up my life. I'd started hanging out with some older kids who introduced me to weed and then other stuff. My grades tanked and I got caught shoplifting twice. My dad was beyond pissed. He'd worked his ass off as a single parent since my mom died when I was 8, and here I was throwing it all away. The final straw came when he found a baggie of pills in my jacket. Instead of calling the cops, he called my grandfather, his dad, who lived on the Cherokee Reservation in western North Carolina. I'm half Cherokee through my dad's side, but we never really connected with that part of our heritage after Mom died. Dad moved us to Charlotte for work, and that was that. "You're spending the next month with your grandfather," Dad told me. No discussion. I threw a fit, of course. A whole month in the middle of nowhere with no friends, with some old man I barely remembered, but Dad wasn't budging. "You might learn something about who you really are," he said, packing my bag for me. I snuck my Nintendo into my backpack when he wasn't looking. At least I'd have Mario to keep me company. The drive to the reservation took forever. We barely spoke the whole way. When we finally pulled up to this weathered farmhouse with a wraparound porch, I was already counting the days until I could leave. My grandfather, James, was waiting on the steps. He looked ancient to me, with deep lines in his face and long gray hair pulled back in a braid. He wore faded jeans and a flannel shirt despite the summer heat. "John," he said, nodding at my dad. Then he looked at me. "Johnny." No smile, no hug, just that nod. Dad didn't even come inside. He just handed me my bag, told me to behave, and drove off. I remember watching his car disappear down the dirt road, feeling completely abandoned. "Come," Grandfather said, turning to go inside. "Your cousins are waiting." Cousins? Nobody mentioned cousins. Inside, the house was bigger than it looked, with worn wooden floors and the smell of something cooking. And there were kids everywhere, like a dozen of them, ranging from maybe 6 to 17. They all stopped what they were doing to stare at me. "These are your cousins," Grandfather said. "Your Uncle Standing Bear's children." A tall man who looked like a younger version of my grandfather stepped forward, his hand extended. "We've been waiting to meet you, Johnny." I barely remembered shaking his hand, still trying to process that I had an uncle and all these cousins I'd never met. The older kids looked at me with curiosity, while the younger ones giggled behind their hands. The oldest girl, Aita, who was about 17, showed me where I'd be sleeping. A small room off the kitchen with a twin bed and a dresser. No TV, no phone, nothing. When she left, I pulled out my Nintendo and realized there was no TV to hook it up to anyway. Great. Dinner that night was weird, but kind of nice. We all crammed around this massive table, passing bowls of food. Nobody asked about my troubles back home, which was a relief. Instead, they wanted to know if I played sports, what music I liked, normal stuff. After dinner, we were sitting on the porch, watching the fireflies come out when we heard it. This sound from the backfield that made the hair on my neck stand up. It was like a howl, but different from any animal I'd ever heard. Lower, with a weird roaring quality mixed in. Everyone froze. The little kids instantly stopped playing and ran to the adults. Grandfather stood up so fast his chair fell backward. "Inside," he said quietly but firmly. "Everyone inside, now." Uncle Standing Bear was already reaching for the rifle that hung over the door. "What is that?" I asked one of my cousins, Daniel, who was about my age. He just shook his head and pulled me inside with the others. Grandfather grabbed his own rifle from a cabinet. "Standing Bear, stay with the children," he said. "I'll check the back field." "You shouldn't go alone," my uncle argued. "I'll be fine. Just keep them inside." He nodded toward the window. "And keep watch." Then he was gone, disappearing into the darkening field behind the house. We all huddled in the living room. Nobody talked much. The younger kids were clearly scared, and the older ones were trying to distract them with card games and stories. I sat by the window with Daniel, watching the darkness swallow the field where my grandfather had gone. "Seriously, what was that noise?" I whispered. Daniel glanced at his dad, who was pacing by the door, before answering. "We think it's a Wendigo." "A what?" "Shh, keep your voice down," he warned. "A Wendigo. It's a spirit. A bad one." I almost laughed, thinking he was messing with me, but his face was dead serious. "It's been around for about a week now," he continued. "First over by the Little Feather place, then closer to town. Now here. It takes things." "What kind of things?" "Animals, mostly. So far." The way he added those last two words made my stomach tighten. We waited for what felt like hours. Some of the younger kids fell asleep on the floor. I must have dozed off too, because I jerked awake around 4 a.m. to the sound of gunshots, 3 of them in rapid succession. Everyone was suddenly on their feet. Uncle Standing Bear grabbed his rifle and was out the door before anyone could stop him. Aita took charge of the younger kids, pulling them away from the windows and into the center of the room. About 20 minutes later, the door opened and both men returned. Grandfather's pants were muddy up to the knees, and there was something dark smeared on his hands that I realized with a jolt was blood. "It got one of the heifers," he said simply, setting his rifle down. Uncle Standing Bear looked pale. "Did you see it?" Grandfather shook his head. "Just tracks, and what it left of Rosie." The younger kids started crying when they heard one of the cows was dead. I sat there feeling completely out of place and confused. "Everyone try to get some sleep," Grandfather said. "We'll deal with this in the morning." But I don't think anyone really slept after that. At breakfast, Grandfather explained to me what happened. "Something killed one of our cows last night," he said matter-of-factly. "Tore it apart pretty bad." "Was it a bear?" I asked, trying to be rational. Several of my cousins exchanged looks. "No," grandfather said, "not a bear." Later, when he went out to the barn with Uncle Standing Bear, my cousins filled me in. "It's definitely the Wendigo," said Daniel. "My dad saw its tracks last week by the creek." "What exactly is a Wendigo supposed to be?" I asked, still skeptical. Aita answered, "It's a forest spirit, a bad one. The stories say it was once human, but became possessed by a hunger that could never be satisfied. So it started eating people, and the more it eats, the hungrier it gets. And the bigger it grows," added Daniel. "The old people say they can be as tall as trees." "That's just a story," I said, but my voice sounded weak even to me. "This is real," Aita insisted. "People have seen it for generations. My grandmother's brother disappeared when she was a child. They found his clothes by the river, torn to shreds, with those same three-toed tracks all around." Aita seemed super smart and level-headed, not the type to believe in fairy tales. That's what made my skin crawl. These weren't little kids telling ghost stories. These were teenagers like me who genuinely believed something supernatural was hunting in their woods. That night after dinner, grandfather announced he was going to hunt the thing that killed our cow. Most of the younger kids were sent to a neighbor's house, but he reluctantly agreed to let me, Daniel, and 2 other older boys come along. "Stay close," he warned us, "and do exactly as I say." We set out just after sunset, all carrying flashlights. Grandfather and Uncle Standing Bear had rifles. We headed into the woods behind the pasture where the cow had been killed. The summer air was thick and humid, buzzing with insects, but otherwise quiet, too quiet, like the forest was holding its breath. Grandfather found the tracks easily, bizarre 3-toed impressions in the soft ground that looked nothing like any animal print I'd ever seen. They were huge, easily twice the size of a man's foot, and deep, like whatever made them was incredibly heavy. We followed the tracks for nearly an hour, deeper into the woods. The trees grew closer together, blocking out what little moonlight there was. Our flashlights made long, creepy shadows that seemed to move on their own. Then Daniel grabbed my arm, squeezing so hard it hurt. "Look," he whispered, pointing ahead. At first, I didn't see anything. Then I noticed that the tracks we'd been following suddenly stopped and started again behind us. The thing had circled around. It was following us. Uncle Standing Bear noticed it too. He whispered something to grandfather in Cherokee. Grandfather nodded, his face grim. "We go back," he said quietly. "Now, stay together." That's when we heard it, that same howl roar from the night before, but closer, much closer, and another sound with it, a kind of weird clicking noise, like someone rapidly snapping their fingers. My heart was pounding so hard I could barely breathe. We started moving faster, still trying to be quiet. Then a branch snapped loudly off to our right. All our flashlights swung in that direction, and there they were, 2 glowing yellow eyes, about 7 feet off the ground, staring right at us. The next few minutes were pure chaos. Uncle Standing Bear fired his rifle. The eyes disappeared, but then we heard crashing through the underbrush, something big moving fast. Grandfather yelled for us to run. I've never run so hard in my life. Branches whipped my face. I tripped over roots but kept scrambling up, terrified of being left behind. Daniel was right next to me, gasping for breath. Behind us, something was gaining, something that moved through the dense forest like it wasn't even there. The clicking sound got louder, mixed with this wet, snuffling noise that made me think of a massive dog sniffing out prey. Uncle Standing Bear stopped suddenly and turned, raising his rifle again. "Keep going," he shouted at us. "Get to the house." He fired twice more. There was a horrible shriek, Not animal, not human, something in between, and then a crashing sound like a tree falling. We didn't stop running. The house appeared through the trees, its windows glowing with light. We burst out of the forest, across the yard, and onto the porch. Grandfather practically shoved us through the door. Uncle Standing Bear arrived seconds later, his shirt torn and bloody scratches on his arm. "Did you hit it?" Grandfather asked him. "I think so," he panted, "but it kept coming. I only got away because it stopped at the edge of the trees." We all looked out the window. The yard was empty, peaceful in the moonlight. But at the edge of the forest, the shadows seemed deeper, moving slightly, watching. Grandfather made us all sit down while he checked Uncle Standing Bear's arm. The scratches were deep, but didn't need stitches. While he was cleaning them, he made a decision. "I'm calling the tribal council," he said. "This has gone too far." That night, none of us slept. We took turns watching the windows. I kept seeing shapes moving in the darkness, but maybe it was just my imagination working overtime. The next morning, Grandfather was on the phone for a long time. When he hung up, he told me to pack my things. "I'm sending you home," he said. "What? Why?" I was surprised by how disappointed I felt. After all, wasn't this what I wanted? To go home? "It's not safe here right now." He sat down beside me. "Johnny, listen to me. What we saw last night, your father wouldn't understand. He left these ways behind a long time ago." "So it was real? That thing in the woods?" He nodded slowly. "The old evils are still out there. Some of them have been here longer than we have." Is it really a Wendigo?" "That's what the white man's books call it. We have other names." He put his hand on my shoulder. "Promise me you won't tell your father what happened. He'll never let you come back if you do." I promised, though I wasn't sure why I'd want to come back to a place with monster problems. When my dad picked me up later that day, he seemed surprised by how calm and respectful I was being. I think he expected me to be the same angry kid he'd dropped off. But seeing something like that, something that shouldn't exist but does, puts stupid teenage problems in perspective real quick. For years afterward, I had nightmares about those yellow eyes in the darkness. I'd wake up hearing that clicking sound, convinced it was outside my window. As I got older, I tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was a bear with some kind of deformity, or maybe my cousins had played an elaborate prank on the city kid. But deep down, I know what I saw, and I know from the look on my grandfather's face that it was something he'd seen before, something ancient and evil that has lived in those mountains for centuries. I went back to visit many times after that summer, but we never spoke about what happened that night. The closest my grandfather ever came to mentioning it was years later, just before he died. He squeezed my hand and said, "Remember what lives in the deep woods, Johnny. Some things should be left alone." That was the scariest summer of my life, but also the one that changed me the most. I stopped doing drugs, stopped hanging out with those older kids, and I started learning more about my Cherokee heritage. Not the tourist version with dream catchers and peace pipes, but the real history, the real stories. Because now I know those stories aren't just stories. They're warnings. I never wanted to share this, not because I didn't think anyone would believe me, though that's part of it, but because even after almost 10 years, typing this makes my hands shake. I was a sheriff's deputy in Oak Ridge County back in 2014, a small town in Georgia where everybody knows everybody's business. Small enough that we only had 4 deputies on rotation, plus Sheriff Daniels, who'd been wearing the badge since I was in high school. I'd been on the force for about 3 years at that point. Nothing exciting ever happened in Oak Ridge, mostly drunk drivers, petty theft, and settling disputes between neighbors. That was until that night in May 2014 that changed everything for me. It was around 2 a.m. on a Tuesday. I was doing my usual patrol, sipping on cold gas station coffee to stay awake. Dispatch radioed in about a call they'd received. Someone reported hearing screams coming from 212 Mulberry Road. My blood ran cold when I heard the address. Everyone in town knew about that place. It was this old Victorian-style house that had been abandoned for years. The locals called it the haunted house, and parents used it to scare their kids into behaving. The story went that back in the 1920s, a woman had hanged herself from the oak tree in the front yard after her husband and children died from tuberculosis. I never put much stock in ghost stories. Figured it was just something to make our boring town seem more interesting. The property had been vacant for as long as I could remember. The last owners had moved out in the 90s, and it had been tied up in some kind of estate dispute ever since. The yard was overgrown, windows boarded up in some places, broken in others. I radioed back that I'd check it out. My partner, Dale, was clear on the other side of the county, and I didn't see the point in dragging him all the way out there for what was probably just some teenagers messing around. I pulled up to the property around 2:15 a.m. The house sat back from the road about 50 yards, with that massive oak tree dominating the front yard. The moon was nearly full that night, which cast everything in this pale blue light and threw strange shadows across the property. The house itself was a 2-story Victorian with a wraparound porch, peeling white paint, and black shutters hanging crooked on most windows. I sat in my patrol car for a minute, just observing. No lights, no movement, no obvious signs of entry. But something felt off. The air seemed heavier somehow, like right before a thunderstorm. I called in my location to dispatch, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped out of the car. The gate to the property hung off its hinges, squeaking as I pushed it open. The sound seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet night. The overgrown grass brushed against my uniform pants as I made my way up the cracked concrete pathway. Each step I took toward that house, I felt this growing sense of unease, like something was watching me. The porch steps creaked under my weight. I noticed the front door was slightly ajar, just an inch or so. Could have been forced entry, could have been the wind. I announced myself as I pushed the door open with my left hand, right hand resting on my holstered weapon. "Sheriff's Department, anyone in here?" My voice echoed through the empty house. The air inside was stale and musty, with this underlying scent I couldn't quite place, something sweet and sickly, like rotting flowers. The flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating peeling wallpaper and layers of dust. There was old furniture covered in sheets, like whoever left expected to come back someday. The floorboards groaned with each step I took. I methodically began clearing the first floor, living room, dining room, kitchen, a small bathroom. Nothing seemed disturbed, no signs of squatters or kids partying, just decades of neglect and decay. As I approached the staircase leading to the second floor, that feeling of dread intensified. It was like this physical pressure pushing against my chest, making it harder to breathe. I remember thinking how ridiculous I was being, a grown man, an officer of the law, getting spooked by an empty house. But there was something about this place that felt wrong on a fundamental level. I climbed the stairs, wincing at each creak and groan of the old wood. The second floor had a long hallway with 4 doors, 3 bedrooms and another bathroom, I assumed. The first 2 bedrooms contained nothing unusual. just more sheet-covered furniture and dust. The third bedroom was different. It was at the front of the house, with 2 windows facing the road. Unlike the rest of the house, this room felt colder. Not just temperature-wise, though it was definitely chillier, but there was an emptiness to it that made the hair on my arms stand up. The windows were intact but filthy, barely letting in any moonlight. There was a rocking chair in the corner that seemed to be positioned to look out the window. As I stood in that room, I swear I heard something. A whisper so faint I couldn't make out the words. Just the ghost of a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Hello? Anyone here?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and small. Nothing, just the settling of the old house and the distant hoot of an owl outside. I checked the last room, the bathroom, which was empty except for a clawfoot tub with rust stains and a cracked mirror above a pedestal sink. As I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror, just for a split second. A flash of pale skin and dark fabric behind me. I spun around so fast I nearly lost my balance, but there was nothing there. Just an empty doorway leading back to the hallway. My heart was pounding now and I felt foolish. I was letting the atmosphere of this place get to me. I decided I'd seen enough. There was clearly no one in the house screaming or otherwise. Probably just some animal out in the woods that someone had mistaken for a human sound. I've heard foxes that sound eerily like a woman screaming. I made my way back downstairs, moving a bit faster than I had on the way up. As I reached the front door, I heard it again, that whisper. This time it seemed to be coming from upstairs, from that bedroom with the 2 windows. It almost sounded like someone saying, "Help me," or "Hear me." I couldn't be sure. I hesitated with my hand on the doorknob. Part of me, the rational, trained officer part, said I should go back upstairs and check again. But something deeper, something primal, was screaming at me to get out of that house. I listened to the latter. The cool night air hit my face as I stepped onto the porch, and I took my first deep breath since entering that place. I quickly made my way down the path, flashlight beam bouncing with each hurried step. I felt like a weight was lifting the further I got from the house, and by the time I reached my patrol car, I'd nearly convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. I hit the unlock button on my key fob and grabbed the door handle. That's when some instinct made me turn and look back at the house. What I saw in that moment has haunted me for the past decade. There, in the upstairs window, that bedroom with the 2 windows facing the road, stood a woman. She was deathly pale, with long dark hair that hung limply around her shoulders. She wore what looked like a black Victorian-era dress, high-necked and full-skirted, but it was her face that rooted me to the spot. Her eyes were fixed directly on me, not just looking in my direction, but looking at me, seeing me. Her expression was empty, not sad or angry, just vacant, like there was nothing behind those eyes at all. I blinked, and she was gone, just vanished. I stood there frozen, key in hand, heart hammering against my ribs. I told myself it was a trick of the light, my imagination running wild after being in that creepy old house. I yanked open the car door and practically fell into the driver's seat. My hands were shaking so badly I struggled to get the key in the ignition. When the engine roared to life, I felt a momentary relief. I reached for the headlight switch and flipped it on. The beams cut through the darkness, illuminating the path leading to the house. And there she was again, standing in the middle of the path, maybe 20 feet in front of my car. The same woman, same black dress, same vacant stare. Only now I could see her more clearly in the headlights. Her skin wasn't just pale. It had a grayish, waxy quality to it. Her dress wasn't just black, it was stained with something darker in places. And her neck, there was something wrong with the angle of her head, like her neck couldn't quite support it properly. She didn't move, didn't blink, just stared at me with those empty eyes. I threw the car into reverse so fast I nearly hit the gate behind me. I backed out onto Mulberry Road, shifted into drive, and floored it. I didn't stop until I was 5 miles away, pulled over at a 24-hour gas station, breathing like I'd run a marathon. I never reported what I saw that night. What would I say? That I saw the ghost of the woman who supposedly hanged herself a century ago? I'd have been laughed out of the department, maybe even sent for a psych eval. So I just radioed in that the property was secure, no signs of disturbance, probably an animal that someone had heard. I avoided driving past 212 Mulberry Road after that night. I'd take the long way around if necessary. 6 months later, I heard the property had finally been sold. The new owner had the house demolished, claiming it was structurally unsound. I wasn't surprised. That place felt like it was rotting from the inside out. I left the department about a year later, moved to another county. I told everyone it was for better opportunities. But the truth is, I couldn't stand being in Oak Ridge anymore. Every time I drove past that empty lot where the house used to stand, I'd feel those eyes on me. To this day, I wonder about that whisper I heard in the bedroom. Was she asking for help? Or was she trying to lure me back upstairs for some more sinister purpose? I'll never know, and maybe that's for the best. Sometimes when I'm driving alone at night and pass an abandoned house, I can't help but glance up at the windows, and sometimes, just for a split second, I think I see a pale face staring back at me. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family. Part of me is still afraid that talking about it might make things worse, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has encountered something similar. Maybe I'm not crazy. It all started about 10 years back when I was finishing up mechanics school in western North Carolina. I was a sheriff's deputy, but I was taking night classes to have a fallback career. The drive from school to my parents' place was about an hour, mostly along I-40 and then some rural roads. I'd made that drive dozens of times without incident. That night was different. It was late October, around 11:30 p.m., when class let out. The weather was clear, but unusually cold for that time of year. I remember because I had to scrape a thin layer of frost off my windshield before hitting the road. The first thing I noticed was the truck stop at my exit was completely dark. This place was always open, 24/7, 365. Even during the worst blizzards we'd had, that truck stop kept the lights on. But that night, total darkness. No trucks in the lot, no lights inside. Nothing. I almost pulled in to check if everything was okay, but something in my gut told me to keep driving. The road to my parents' place was a winding 2-lane that cut through dense forest. Usually there would be at least a few houses with lights on, maybe a car or two. That night, nothing. Not a single porch light, not a single passing car. Even the stars seemed wrong. Like half of them had just decided not to show up that night. About 5 miles from my parents' house, there's this sharp curve that locals call Devil's Elbow because of how many accidents happen there. As I approached the curve, I slowed down like always. That's when my headlights caught something crossing the road. At first glance, it looked like a dog. A big one, maybe a Great Dane, but something was off. It was too skinny, almost emaciated, and it moved wrong, like its joints were in the wrong places. I hit the brakes hard, skidding a bit on the cold asphalt. My truck came to a stop maybe 30 feet from where I'd seen the dog. That's when the smell hit me. If you've ever come across roadkill that's been sitting in the summer heat for a few days, it was like that but 100 times worse. It was so bad my eyes watered. I almost threw up right there. I sat there for a second, trying to figure out what the hell I'd just seen. Then I glanced in my rearview mirror. What I saw still gives me nightmares. The dog was standing upright on 2 legs. I'm not talking about a dog standing on its hind legs like they sometimes do. This thing was standing like a person, and it was tall, easily 9 or 10 feet. Its front legs, arms, hung down almost to the ground, ending in what looked like hands with 2 long fingers. Its skin hung loose on its frame, like it was wearing a suit several sizes too big. Its face is what keeps me up at night. It had a snout like a bulldog but longer, and its mouth was full of teeth that didn't fit right, like someone had jammed steak knives into its gums at random angles. Where its eyes should have been, there were just empty sockets. Not like they'd been gouged out, but like it had never had eyes to begin with. Just these 2 black holes that somehow I knew were looking right at me. I froze. Couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It was like time stopped for a few seconds. Then, thank God, a porch light came on at a house just off the road. It wasn't much, just a dim yellow bulb, but as soon as that light hit the thing, it jerked like it had been shocked. Then it moved into the woods with this weird, loping gait. Not running exactly, but covering ground faster than anything that size should be able to. I floored it all the way to my parents' house. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key in the door. I grabbed my dad's shotgun from the gun cabinet and went back outside. I fired 2 shots into the air just to feel like I was doing something. My parents came running out, asking what the hell was going on. I told them I thought I saw a bear in the yard. They believed me. Bears aren't uncommon in those parts. But the look my dad gave me, I think he knew I was lying. Still, he didn't push it. I didn't sleep at all that night, kept the shotgun next to my bed and left the lights on. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Sleep deprivation, stress from school and work, maybe the beginning of a flu, anything to explain away what I'd seen. For almost 3 years, I managed to force that night out of my memory. I met my wife, Sarah. We got married and moved into a little house not far from where my in-laws lived. Things were good. Then it happened again. We were visiting Sarah's mom, who lives on about 5 acres at the edge of a state forest. It was summer, and we were sitting on the back porch after dinner. The sun had just set, and we were enjoying the fireflies coming out. Our dog, Blue, a big German Shepherd mix, was lying at our feet. Suddenly, from the edge of the woods, we heard a dog bark. Not just any bark. It sounded exactly like Blue. Same pitch, same rhythm, everything. But Blue was right there beside us, and he wasn't making a sound. He was on alert, though, hackles raised, staring into the darkness beyond the yard light's reach. Sarah asked if I'd heard that, and I nodded. Then we saw it, just at the edge of where the light faded. The same thing I'd seen years before, standing upright, skin hanging loose, those empty eye sockets. It was partially hidden by a tree, but there was no mistaking it. Blue started growling, but he wouldn't move from our side. Smart dog. I slowly reached for the flashlight we had on the table, but before I could grab it, the thing stepped back into the darkness. We heard the bark again, Blue's bark, coming from the woods. Then silence. We went inside immediately. I didn't tell Sarah what I'd seen before. I didn't want to scare her more than she already was. We made up some excuse to leave early, and I drove us home with all the windows up and the doors locked, even though it was over 80 degrees out. The next day, Sarah's sister came over. Michelle has always been into what she calls the old ways, herbal remedies, protective charms, that sort of thing. Sarah had told her about the strange barking, and Michelle got real serious. She asked if we'd seen anything, and the look on my face must have given me away. Michelle performed what she called a clearing on our house, burned some herbs, said some prayers, sprinkled salt across our doorways and window sills. Before she left, she took me aside and said something I'll never forget. "It's a flesh walker. It's taken an interest in you. Never go into the woods after dark, and never ever answer if something calls your name from the trees." I wanted to ask her more, but something in her expression stopped me. She was scared, really scared. For the next few years we were careful. We always came home before sunset. We kept Blue close. We reinforced the locks on our doors and windows. Sometimes I'd catch a whiff of that rotting smell near our property line, but we never saw the thing again. Not directly, anyway. Then about 6 months ago, I got a job offer in Delaware. Better pay, better hours, a chance to start fresh. Sarah and I decided to take it. Part of me hoped that whatever this thing was, it was tied to the mountains, that putting 650 miles between us would be enough. I was wrong. 3 weeks ago, I was taking Blue out for his last walk of the night. We have a fenced backyard now, but he likes his walks. It was close to midnight. I'd been working late shifts. The neighborhood was quiet, peaceful. For the first time in years, I felt normal. Then the smell hit me, that same rotting stench. Blue started whining, pressing against my leg. I turned to head back to the house, and that's when I heard it, Blue's distinctive bark coming from down the street. But Blue was right there beside me, trembling and silent. I picked him up, all 70 pounds of him, and ran for the house. I didn't look back, didn't need to. I could feel it watching me. Since then, it's happened twice more. Each time, the barking sounds closer to our house. Last night, it sounded like it was coming from our front yard. We keep the curtains closed tight now. I've installed motion-activated floodlights all around the property. We never go out after dark. Sarah wants to move again, but I don't think it would help. This thing, whatever it is, it's attached to me somehow. It followed me across state lines. It found me in a completely different part of the country. I've been researching, looking into Appalachian folklore, Native American legends, anything that might explain what this thing is and how to get rid of it. The closest I've found is something called a skinwalker in Navajo beliefs, but this doesn't quite match those descriptions. Michelle calls sometimes. She never asks directly about it, but she sends us little protective charms in the mail, tells us to hang them by the doors and windows. We do. I'm writing this because I don't know what else to do. I'm running on maybe 2 hours of sleep a night. I've started leaving lights on 24/7. Sarah's talking about going to stay with her cousin for a while, taking Blue with her. I can't blame her. Whatever this thing is, I think it's patient. It's been haunting me for 10 years now. Sometimes months or even years go by without incident, but it always comes back. It's like it's playing with me, reminding me it's still there, still watching. I think about that night on Devil's Elbow a lot. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if that porch light hadn't come on. Would it have taken me then? Or is this all part of some sick game it's playing? All I know is that I can never be in the dark again, because in the darkness it's waiting. And one day, I'm afraid the lights won't be enough to keep it away. If anyone has encountered something similar or knows what this thing might be, please tell me. I'm desperate. I feel like I'm living on borrowed time and the loan is coming due. And if you're driving through the mountains of western North Carolina late at night and you see something that looks like a sickly dog crossing the road, don't stop. Don't look in your rearview mirror. Just drive. Drive as fast and as far as you can, because once it notices you, it never forgets. I still can't sleep with my closet door open. It's been over 30 years, but some fears just never leave you. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe writing it down will help me process what happened in that house. It was the summer of 1989, and I had just turned 8 when my grandfather passed away. He wasn't particularly wealthy, but he had owned this big orange-colored house sitting on 88 acres of land about an hour outside of town. My parents had been struggling financially, so when they inherited the property, they jumped at the chance to move. No more rent, plenty of space for me to play outside. It seemed perfect. I remember the day we arrived. The driveway seemed to go on forever, cutting through overgrown fields that hadn't been maintained in years. The house itself was impressive, 2 stories with these weird round windows on the second floor that reminded me of eyes watching us as we pulled up. When it came time to pick bedrooms, I chose the one furthest from my parents, not because I was trying to be independent, though I told them that's why, but because something about that room just pulled me toward it. It was bigger than my old room, with tall ceilings and this massive walk-in closet that I thought would be perfect for storing all my toys and games. That first day, my parents were busy unloading boxes downstairs while I started organizing my stuff. I was arranging my board games on the closet shelves when it happened. The closet door, this heavy wooden thing, suddenly slammed shut behind me. Not like it swung shut from being unbalanced or caught by a draft. It slammed like someone had put their full weight into it. I wasn't scared at first, just startled. I pushed against the door, thinking it would open easily, but it wouldn't budge. I called out for my dad, but no one came. I pushed harder, then started pounding on the door and yelling. The darkness in that closet was complete. No light came from under the door, which seemed impossible. It was like being trapped in a void. I don't know how long I was in there. It felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes, when my dad finally opened the door. The weird thing was, he wasn't panicked or worried. He just looked confused and asked why I'd locked myself in. I didn't, I told him. The door slammed shut and I couldn't open it. My dad examined the door, running his hand along the frame. There's no lock on this door, Charlie. You must have just been pushing it wrong. But I knew I hadn't. And that night, lying in my new bed, I kept staring at that closet door, making sure it stayed firmly shut. Over the next few weeks, things got weirder. Every morning, I'd wake up to find the closet door wide open, even though I made sure to close it tightly before bed. My mom suggested maybe the latch was faulty, but when my dad checked it, he said it worked fine. Then clothes started appearing, stuff I'd never seen before. Old-fashioned shirts with weird collar designs, a small vest that looked handmade. At first, I thought maybe they were things my parents had unpacked from the attic, but when I asked them, they had no idea what I was talking about. The clothes would disappear a few days later, only to be replaced by different items. My parents chalked it up to an active imagination. They were busy fixing up the property, and I think they just didn't have the energy to deal with my stories. But I knew what I was seeing was real. About 2 months after we moved in, I came home from school to find my room completely trashed. And not in a normal way. This was methodical. Every drawer had been emptied onto the floor. My bed linens had been pulled off and draped over the closet door like a curtain. The most disturbing part was that all my board games had been taken from the closet, and the pieces were arranged in weird patterns on the closet floor. My mom freaked out, thinking someone had broken in, but nothing was missing, and none of the other rooms had been touched. My dad checked all the locks and windows. Everything was secure. They never found an explanation, and I think that was the first time they started to believe something strange might be happening. After that incident, my parents let me sleep in their room for a week. But eventually they said I needed to go back to my own bed. They installed a new lock on my bedroom door and told me to keep it locked at night. But the lock wasn't on the right door. The worst night, the one I still have nightmares about, happened about 3 months after we moved in. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because I had just gotten a good grade on my spelling test, and my mom had put it on the fridge. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep despite being terrified of the closet, when I noticed something strange about the shadows in my room. They were moving, not shifting like normal shadows do when clouds pass over the moon or a car drives by. They were gathering, pooling in the corner by my closet, building upward into a shape. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. I pulled my blanket up to my chin and watched as the darkness formed into what looked like a person, tall, wearing what seemed like a long cloak or robe. The figure had no face, just a smooth, dark surface where features should have been. It stood there for what felt like forever, just watching me. I was frozen in fear, unable to scream or move. Then it started moving toward my bed. Not walking exactly, more like gliding. The bottom of its form didn't touch the ground. It made no sound as it approached, but the temperature in the room dropped so drastically I could see my breath. When it reached the edge of my bed, it just stood there for a moment. Then slowly, it crawled onto the mattress. The weight of it pressed down on the bed, confirming this wasn't just a hallucination. It leaned over me, and though it had no mouth, I heard a voice, not with my ears, but somehow inside my head, speaking words I couldn't understand. The language sounded ancient, with harsh consonants and guttural stops. I finally managed to scream when I felt something sharp touch my cheek. The figure had raised what looked like a hand, but the fingers were too long, too thin, more like claws. It dragged one of these appendages across my face, and I felt a sharp, burning pain. My mom rushed in, flipping on the light. I was screaming and pointing at the figure, but her eyes seemed to slide right past it. She couldn't see it, even though it was right there, now hovering at the foot of my bed. "Charlie, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" she asked, sitting on the edge of my bed, right through part of the shadow creature's form. But she didn't notice. She couldn't feel it either. I was sobbing, trying to explain, but the words wouldn't come out right. My mom put her hand on my forehead, checking for a fever. "You're ice cold," she said, concerned. "I'll get you another blanket." When she left the room, the entity moved closer again. It hovered over me, and then, in the most terrifying moment of my life, it began to change shape. The formless black mass shifted and contracted until it looked like a silhouette of me. A perfect shadow copy of an 8-year-old boy, but with those long, claw-like fingers still intact. It reached out again, this time pressing its finger to my lips in a shh gesture. Then it simply dissipated, breaking apart into wisps of darkness that retreated back into the closet, just as my mom returned with the blanket. I had a small cut on my cheek the next morning. My mom assumed I'd scratched myself in my sleep. I tried to tell them about what happened, but they were convinced it was just a particularly vivid nightmare. The scratch was evidence to me, but not to them. After that night, I started calling it the Witch of the Honor Farm. I'd overheard my parents talking about how our property used to be called the Honor Farm before my grandfather bought it. I don't know why I decided it was a witch. Maybe because of the long flowing robe it wore, or maybe because at 8 years old, witches were the scariest thing I could think of. The hauntings continued for years. Sometimes weeks would pass without incident, making me think maybe it was over. Then I'd wake up to find all my books arranged in a spiral pattern on the floor, or my toys disassembled and put back together incorrectly. The shadow figure would appear every few months, always at night, always approaching my bed in that same gliding motion. I tried everything to keep it away. I put a crucifix over my door. We weren't even religious. I sprinkled salt along my windowsill after reading about it in a library book on supernatural protection. I even convinced my parents to let me get a dog, thinking it might scare away the entity. The dog refused to enter my room. By the time I was a teenager, the appearances had become less frequent, but more intense. Instead of just watching me, the witch would whisper those strange words, leaving me with splitting headaches that lasted for days. Sometimes I'd find symbols carved into my wooden desk or dresser, symbols that weren't there when I went to sleep. My parents eventually stopped dismissing my experiences entirely. They couldn't explain the symbols appearing overnight or the strange bruises I sometimes woke up with. 3 parallel lines, like I'd been grabbed by those claw-like fingers. They suggested therapy, which I tried, but stopped after the therapist recommended medication for hallucinations. I lived in that house until I was 20. After high school, I stayed home for community college, partly because we didn't have money for me to go away to school, but mostly because I felt oddly responsible for whatever was in that house. I was afraid of what might happen if I left. Would it follow me? Would it turn its attention to my parents? The final incident happened the night before I moved out. I had accepted a job in another state and was finally leaving. Most of my belongings were packed in boxes stacked against the wall. I fell asleep easily that night, almost peaceful, knowing I'd be gone the next day. I woke up around 3 a.m. to find the witch standing at the foot of my bed, but this time it wasn't alone. Behind it were smaller shadow figures, maybe 5 or 6 of them, all with the same featureless faces and long flowing forms. They surrounded my bed in a semicircle, and though none of them spoke, I felt an overwhelming sense of, not exactly sadness, but something close to it, like they were disappointed I was leaving. The main figure, my witch, approached and reached out its hand. For the first time in 12 years, I didn't flinch away. I was an adult now, and somehow the fear had been replaced by a strange curiosity. What did it want from me? Why had it haunted me all these years? It placed its cold hand on my forehead, and suddenly my mind was flooded with images. The land our house stood on, but different, undeveloped. People in old-fashioned clothes working fields. A structure that wasn't our house but stood in the same location. And a small boy, maybe my age when we first moved in, hiding in what looked like the same closet in my room. The vision ended as abruptly as it began. The shadow figures retreated, moving backward toward the closet without turning around. The door opened on its own, the first time I'd ever seen it do that, and they disappeared inside. The door closed with a soft click, and I knew somehow they were gone for good. I've never been able to explain what happened in that house or who the witch was. I've researched the history of the Honor Farm and found mentions of it being a work farm in the late 1800s where orphaned children were sent, but nothing that would explain a supernatural presence. I've wondered if maybe a child died there, in that closet perhaps, and their spirit remained. But that doesn't explain the other shadow figures, or why they targeted me specifically. I'm 42 now, with kids of my own. My parents still live in that house, and strangely, they've never experienced anything unusual since I left. When we visit, my children sleep in my old room without incident. Sometimes I stand in that closet, waiting to feel something, a chill, a presence, anything. But it's just an empty closet now. But I still can't sleep with my closet door open. Some fears never leave you, even when the thing you feared is long gone. And sometimes when I'm drifting off to sleep, I think I hear those strange, guttural words whispered in the darkness, a reminder that for 12 years of my life, something claimed me, marked me, for reasons I'll never understand. I have never told anyone the full story before. Even typing this makes my hands shake. I keep looking over my shoulder, feeling that familiar weight in the air. But people need to know what happened to me, what's still happening. It was the summer of 1987 when my family moved to Las Cruces, New Mexico. I was 17, pissed about leaving my friends in California and making it known to everyone. My dad had gotten a job at the university there, and my mom kept saying it was a fresh start for all of us. My younger sister Elena was only 12 and didn't seem to care much either way. The house we bought was this old adobe-style place on the outskirts of town. It was cheaper than anything else we looked at, which should have been our first warning. The realtor kept emphasizing the historical character and unique opportunity, but all I saw was peeling paint, cracked walls, and that weird smell that never went away no matter how much my mom cleaned. I remember the day we pulled up in our station wagon. It was hot, like walking into an oven hot, and the house looked worse than in the photos. The yard was all dirt and weeds, and the paint was this faded salmon color that looked almost like dried blood in certain light. There was this massive old cottonwood tree in the backyard that blocked most of the sun, keeping the house in constant shadow. What I noticed right away was how the neighbors reacted to us. This old lady across the street was watering her plants when we arrived, and she literally went inside the moment she saw us getting out of the car. The family next door had kids playing in their yard, but their mom called them in immediately. Nobody came to welcome us. Nobody brought over casseroles or introduced themselves. The second day there, I was trying to fix up my room, putting posters on the walls to cover up the cracks and stains, when I noticed some kids riding bikes out front. They stopped directly across from our house and just stared. Not in a curious way. They were pointing and whispering. One of them saw me in the window and nudged the others. They all looked up, then took off like they'd seen a ghost. My first day at Las Cruces High wasn't any better. I was the new kid, which always sucks, but this was different. People actively avoided me. I sat alone at lunch until this guy named Ricky finally sat down. The first words out of his mouth weren't, "Hey," or "You knew," but, "We know that place is haunted." I laughed it off, trying to be cool. "What, my house? Yeah, it's a dump, but it's not haunted." Ricky shook his head. "Your family bought the Martinez place. Nobody's lived there more than a few months since old man Martinez died in '74. People say things happen there." "What kind of things?" I asked, still thinking this was some prank on the new kid. "Bad things," was all he said, then changed the subject. I wish I'd pushed harder for answers. Maybe things would have been different. The first night I felt something wrong was about a week after we moved in. I woke up around 3 a.m. for no reason. My room was freezing cold, despite it being August in New Mexico. The moonlight was coming through my window at this weird angle, making everything look off. That's when I felt it, this pressure on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. I couldn't move, couldn't yell, could barely breathe. And I absolutely knew, something was watching me from the corner of my room. The darkest corner, where my closet door was slightly open. I could feel eyes on me, but couldn't see anything except deeper blackness in that spot. After what felt like forever, the weight lifted, and I could move again. I convinced myself it was just sleep paralysis. I'd read about it in a magazine once, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The next morning, nobody believed me. My dad said it was just anxiety about the move. My mom suggested I was dehydrated from the dry climate. Elena just rolled her eyes and called me a baby. But it kept happening. Night after night, I'd wake up with that crushing weight. Each time, the presence in the corner seemed to get closer. Each time, the cold got more intense. I started sleeping with my lights on, which pissed off my dad because of the electric bill. About 3 weeks after we moved in, I started noticing other things. Objects in my room would move slightly between when I left for school and when I got home. My cassette tapes would be in different order. My journal, which I kept hidden under my mattress, would be slightly out of place. Once, I found it open to a page where I'd written about how much I hated the house. My mom started complaining about weird smells that would appear and disappear. My dad kept finding tools missing from his workbench in the garage. Elena said her dolls would be arranged differently when she came home. But the worst night, the night everything changed, was September 12th, 1987. I remember the date because it was the night of a big football game at school that I didn't go to. I was home alone because my parents took Elena to some church thing they were trying to get involved with to meet people. I was in my room listening to music when the power went out. Just my room at first, then the whole house. I grabbed the flashlight I'd started keeping by my bed and went to check the breaker box in the hallway. Everything looked fine, but when I tried to flip the switches, they wouldn't move, like they were frozen in place. When I turned to go back to my room, I heard footsteps. Heavy, shuffling footsteps coming from my parents' bedroom at the end of the hall. I called out, thinking maybe they'd come home early, but no one answered. I should have run, should have gone outside, gone to a neighbor's house, anything. But instead, I walked toward the sound, flashlight shaking in my hand. Their bedroom door was open, and inside, nothing. Empty, but it was freezing cold, way colder than the rest of the house, and there was this smell, like wet earth and something rotting. I backed out and practically ran to my room, slammed the door shut, and pushed my desk against it. I just wanted to wait it out until my family got home. That's when I noticed the moonlight streaming through my window. It was a full moon, bright enough to see everything clearly, and in that silvery light, I saw the shadows moving. Not regular shadows from trees or clouds passing the moon. These shadows were moving on their own, detaching from the walls and floor, swirling together in the center of my room. They started forming a shape, a tall humanoid figure wearing what looked like a cloak or robe. But where its face should have been was just emptiness, a darker void. I was completely paralyzed. Not like sleep paralysis, I was wide awake, but pure terror had locked up every muscle in my body. I couldn't even scream. The figure moved toward my bed, not walking exactly, more like gliding. Its arms, if you could call them that, were too long, ending in these horrible claw-like hands with too many fingers. When it reached the foot of my bed, it started crawling up toward me. those claws digging into my mattress. I could feel tears running down my face as it got closer. When it reached my pillow, it leaned in so the empty space where its face should be was inches from mine. Then it spoke. The language wasn't Spanish or English or anything I'd ever heard. It was guttural, ancient-sounding, with clicks and sounds no human throat could make. And while it spoke, one of those claw hands reached out and touched my face. Its fingers were ice-cold and rough like sandpaper. Then it did something that still gives me nightmares. It pressed one of those claws against my cheek and slowly dragged it down, cutting me. I felt the warm blood running down to my neck, but I still couldn't move or scream. My bedroom door opened then. I remember hearing the desk scrape across the floor, and my mom's voice called out, "Miguel, are you in here?" The thing didn't move, didn't even acknowledge her. And the weirdest part, she was looking right through me, like she couldn't see me or the thing on my bed. Must be in the bathroom," she said, and closed the door. The entity turned its non-face back to me, and I swear it was pleased, like it had just proven something to me. Then it did the most terrifying thing of all. It started changing. Its smoky, shadowy form began shifting, becoming more solid, more defined. Within seconds, I was looking at myself, an exact copy of me, down to the cut on my cheek and the tears on my face. It smiled. God, seeing my own face smile like that will haunt me forever. And then it just dissolved, like mist being blown away. The room immediately got warmer and I could move again. I didn't wait, didn't pack, didn't say goodbye. I climbed out my window, got on my bike, and just started pedaling. I had about $40 in my wallet from my part-time job at the mall. I rode all night, heading east toward Texas. I ended up in El Paso, where I lied about my age and got a job washing dishes at a diner. The owner let me sleep in the storage room. I finished high school at night, got my GED, and eventually built a life for myself. Community college, a decent job, an apartment, normal things. I wrote letters to my family at first, telling them I was okay but couldn't come back. I never told them why. I sent the letters to our old address in California, hoping they'd be forwarded. I never got any responses. For 25 years, I lived like this, always looking over my shoulder, but gradually convincing myself it was all in my head. Maybe I'd had some kind of breakdown. Maybe the stress of the move, the isolation, had caused me to hallucinate. Then, 3 months ago, I woke up in the middle of the night with that familiar weight on my chest, that cold sensation, that feeling of being watched from the darkest corner of my room. It had found me again. I started researching frantically the next day. I looked up the history of our old house in Las Cruces, searched for any similar experiences in the area. That's when I found references to the Navajo legend of Yinadrochi, a shape-shifting demonic entity that attaches itself to a person rather than a place. The descriptions matched everything I'd experienced. The cold, the pressure, the ability to make itself look like its victim. According to the stories, Yinadrochi chooses someone to wear like a skin, studying them before taking their place. It isolates them first, makes others unable to see or hear them when it's present. And once it has what it wants, the person disappears, and the entity lives their life, sometimes for years before moving on to another victim. I was trying to figure out what to do with this information when there was a knock at my door last night. When I opened it, I nearly collapsed. It was my mother, standing there looking exactly the same as she did in 1987, not a day older. Same clothes, same hairstyle, same everything. "Miguel," she said, smiling that familiar smile that now sent chills down my spine. "I've been looking for you for so long." I couldn't speak, couldn't move. It was happening again. Your father left right after you did, she continued, her voice slightly off, like someone doing an impression of my mom. Took Elena with him. I've been all alone in that big house waiting for my boy to come home. I managed to ask how she found me. She just smiled wider and said, "A mother always knows where her children are." I didn't let her in. Made up some excuse about being sick, about calling her tomorrow to arrange a proper reunion. She seemed disappointed but agreed to leave. As she turned to go, I noticed something that made my blood run cold, a small mark on her cheek, in exactly the same place where the entity had cut mine all those years ago. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what happened, what's still happening. The weight on my chest is back tonight. The cold is seeping into my bones, and I can feel it watching me from the corner of my apartment where the shadows are deepest. I don't think I'm going to survive the night, but maybe someone will find this. Maybe someone will understand, and maybe, just maybe, they'll be more careful than I was about the houses they move into and the ancient things that might be waiting there. If you're reading this and you feel a sudden chill, if you wake up with a weight on your chest, if you feel eyes watching you from the darkest corner of your room, run. Don't wait. Don't try to understand. Just run. Because once Yina Drochi chooses you, it never stops hunting. And it has all the time in the world.